Ladies and gentlemen, ooh, that's loud. It's a pleasure to welcome you on behalf of Democracy Reporting International. Thank you so much for joining the DisinfoCon 2022 here in Berlin, as well as online. Thank you so much for watching our live stream. Well, tactics and tools in the disinformation environment, they have changed, right? We all know that. They become more and more savvy. We might even call it sophisticated. So yes, we do need to raise awareness. We need to monitor. We need to analyze. We need to explore new trends. We need to design solutions for all of that. And this Info Radar is doing so. Democracy Reporting International being part of that, all of that supported by the German Federal Foreign Office. And today, we want to discuss with our international experts about what are the challenges that impact our democracies all around the world and what are or could be solutions to that. How can you take an active part in that discussions? Well, you just raise your hand and you wait for the microphone to come your way. And online, you can just use the chat tool and send us your questions and remarks. I'm going to get them here onto my mobile device, and we're going to try to answer as many questions as possible. Please note that we won't be able to answer all of your questions due to time issues. But we try, okay? Now, my name is Claudia van Veen. I'm very delighted to be your host on stage today. And we want to start with our agenda, with our official opening. And for that, I would like to ask on stage Peter Ptasek. He's the Director for Public Diplomacy at the German Federal Foreign Office. Welcome. Good morning.
Well, that is quite a pleasure to be here with you in Berlin. Those who traveled to Berlin might have seen that the trees have not been all cut as Russian propaganda or Russian disinformation would spread. We still have heating systems working up and running. So it's a great pleasure for me to be here and to welcome you and those online. I want to thank everybody at Democracy Reporting International for making this conference possible. The Federal Foreign Office has supported this conference. Why? We think it's a very good contribution to make our societies more resilient against disinformation, which is one of the major tasks these days. The simple question is how to do it, and I hope this conference will contribute some answers. And we want to look into the future, what's up to come. And one of the main tasks of the project, Disinfo Radar, which this conference is key part of, is quite a bold one, predicting the future. Nothing more simple than that. We will take a deep dive into the future, I hope, with our experts. I'm very interested to hear what their messages are. We need to keep up with developments of tech companies. We need strategic foresight. We will have to live with what artificial intelligence is producing. Deep fake, we still don't see it at a broader scale, but that's something that will come. Text-to-image generators providing wonderful illustration of things that don't exist. These are troubling scenarios. Rather than crystal balls, we need experts who are knowledgeable and experts that put their heads together, from politics, civil society, platforms, and to develop answers that strike a balance. We need to ensure freedom of expression. In the actual debates, you often hear we have to get rid of the damaging content. That is not the way. You can't forbid the content. It's not illegal to say stupid things, but it may be dangerous. And dangerous in the way that is amplified and spread technically by bots. That's something we have to look at, not at the content, even if we don't like it. Therefore, I'm happy that this day is not only about stock taking, but also about the opportunity to look into the future. And for the last couple of months, part of the future, we have already seen a debate on energy costs. That is a real problem in our real lives, but something that is like the entry door of Russian disinformation, who's using the problem we really have to make it seem bigger than it is. For the time being, a vast majority of Germans is still in favor of our sanction regime. We don't have sanctions on Russian gas, by the way. And the discussion that might evolve is more pressure on the legitimation of sanctions we imposed on Russia, and that is something that could be triggered by a debate on energy prices. We see here that disinformation is exploiting existing social fault lines. It does not invent the problem, it only makes it bigger as an attempt to invest in social complexity in our societies. That is a problem because our societies need the open exchange, need the debate, and if in a debate fake and fact can no longer be distinguished because people think everything is possible, maybe our prime minister or chancellor is an alien or whatever you might invent. If people are confused, they can no longer take part in debates that lead to results. And another thing is that disinformation is affecting our relations with international partners or our policy instruments, peace missions in Africa. When they arrive, the ground is already prepared with disinformation that makes it difficult to work. When you are seen under a special angle, we have to fight against. The online space is an inherent part of the Russian aggression that started on the 24th of February of this year. Disinformation in itself is nothing new. Mankind has been into lies forever, but what is new is the speed and the technical devices that can make disinformation a real challenge. We know how long it took to build the story of AIDS as an artificial virus made in American labs. It took them years. An article from India, and 2 years later they would quote it, but it's still there. You might ask your colleagues, where does AIDS come from? You will meet some who think it was made in American laboratories, and that is part of a Russian narrative that affects COVID as well. So part of a confusion mechanism with a long-term impact. Even if we can clearly show it's not true, it doesn't help if people are convinced, and if we come second to explain what is true and what is not true. So disinformation is all over the place, it has an emotional impact, and how can we react to that? I think just simply correcting facts is something that is easy to explain. What are you doing? I'm correcting disinformation, but it doesn't help. You are always too late, and you don't have the emotional impact. So we need active communication, active and attractive communication, convincing communication. And that doesn't simply fall from the sky. We have to do something. What are we doing in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as part of the government? The government is complex in itself. We discovered something, but that is almost a state secret. We discovered we have a network of embassies all over the world that all could contribute to communication, explain what we are up to, what our policy is. And for a long period, these embassies have been told, you better shut up. Because you would create a problem. We don't need problems, we need solutions. Fine. Now we found out that with the Russian aggression, we have a problem where we don't speak up. We are not visible. The German ambassador, who is it? I don't know. He never spoke up in public. So our effort now is to encourage and empower our colleagues to be part of the public debate in the countries. The civil society is a very important actor all over the place in all the issues where opinions are involved. In politics, opinions are always involved. Climate change, where you need a change of the chip, you need to talk to civil society. And we didn't do it so far. So that is new. Wow. Huh? For the British, it sounds ridiculous because they have been doing that all the time. But for others, we are still learning, and we are progressing slowly but steadily. Another axis of our action is political action. When energy prices are a problem, we need to address the problem that is the price cap, for example, the Chancellor Scholz announced, which addresses vulnerable people, and they shouldn't feel the pain because we want them to keep on board with our line on Russia and Ukraine. We stand by Ukraine. Exchange with civil society, I already mentioned. And a last point that is sometimes forgot is regulation. The European Commission has issued a piece of legislation that is unique in the world, the Digital Services Act. No such thing is to be expected from the United States to come, because they are under the pressure of tech companies. But if we here define the rules and implement them and police them, it might change a very important aspect I mentioned at the beginning, not forbidding content, but addressing the way it is spread. If tech companies have to take serious their own guidelines, that harmful content might not be used to create traffic on sites where ad is published, that might be a real game changer. So far, there is no public discussion about regulation. It's seen as a technical thing, but I think it's a game changer and we need to take it seriously. It's an opportunity not to be forgotten. So I'm very curious to hear what the contributions of the experts are, what we will learn about the future and how we will solve the problems. Thank you very much and much success.
Thank you so much, Peter Ptasek. And yes, you called it a simple question, how to deal with this information, but the answer, not that simple, long way to go. Now, I'm your host on stage, but of course you have hosts that organized this event and they know why they did that, and that's why I want to ask them on stage right now. Ladies first, Heather Danielle Thompson, she's Digital Democracy Program Manager at DRI, with Michael Meyer-Resende, Executive Director of DRI. Welcome.
Hi, very good to see you. Good morning. We have a little division here, which is a tradition in Berlin, to divide in east and west and put up some walls, but I think if we walk back and forth a bit, we can see you all. So it's great to have you here. It's our second bigger conference we do this year. Earlier, we had a conference on rule of law, but this conference is a bit different because it's more international, and I'm very happy in particular to welcome our guests who come from beyond Europe. Great to have you here. We call ourselves international, so we have to be international. You may have wondered a bit this morning about why there is no light and whether it's a jet lag or something, but it's weather in Berlin in winter is always like that. It's very cozy and great for Christmas markets, so you should enjoy that as long as you're here. These offline meetings are still a little bit special, I would say, because after COVID we didn't have so many. Yes, I know, I have to walk back and forth. And so we planned quite a lot of time here also for networking, that you can talk to each other and have conversations, which is perhaps the most important thing of any conference. I give you a short introduction to DRI because some of you don't know us so well yet. Organization is around 17 years old, so still a teenager, but soon we'll be adults. And we have around 90 staff around the world, around 30 in Berlin. And our other colleagues work in Tunisia, in Libya, in Lebanon, in Sri Lanka, in Myanmar. You hear already many very difficult countries. We also had an office in Ukraine, which we closed for reasons you can imagine. I'm very happy in particular to welcome our guests from Ukraine here also today. And we have a long history in Pakistan. At the moment the office is on hold, but it's a country we are particularly interested in. And we started this organization to be a non-profit, to work on democracy, to be quite flexible, to have a bit of a think tank element also, and to be quite open. I worked before in the European Union, and some of the co-founders did as well, work in international organizations, and we suffered a bit from the fact that often you cannot speak openly, and that's something that's important for us, that we are not very restrained by diplomatic protocol or things like that. And flexibility is in particular informed by the idea that in politics, sometimes things happen very fast, and you can have a big impact if there are sudden political developments that you cannot foresee, typically revolution, social mobilization, etc. And that you need to be very flexible to try to have an influence there to support the building of democratic institutions. And that has worked sometimes really well, especially because our first focus was on North Africa and the Middle East, and then the year 2011 came and we became very active there. But as you all know, maybe 2011-12 was a bit the days where people thought, oh, this wave of democracy is unstoppable, but actually the reverse movement already started, partly in Europe, because in 2010 in Hungary, a government was elected that changed the country's outlook and made it much more authoritarian. And ever since, we know that this trend has been accelerated. And a special moment came in 2016. You may be tired of hearing Brexit and Trump, but yes, that was a big moment, and suddenly everybody discussed social media and digital as something that's not only positive. I remember in Egypt, everybody was like, oh, Facebook and democracy, these two, are the, Facebook is a big change for all this and for social mobilization. 2016, suddenly it looked much more ominous. And it was a bit embarrassing moment for us because we thought we are a great expert on elections. We had done election support to election observation, being very much involved with that whole field, reviewed election laws. And suddenly, big elections, or a referendum in the case of the UK, in very old democracies are extremely controversial because of digital, and we had just nothing to say. We didn't know anything about that. So we felt, okay, this cannot stand. We felt challenged to get more to the bottom of that. At the time, I think mainly it was inquiries by journalists. We felt, well, this should be taken up in a more systematic way. So we developed lots of fields of work, which Heather will talk about. I will not go into that. It's just to say that this conference and what we work on here, foresight, long-term disinformation challenges, is on the one hand super interesting. Also, I think it's very relevant, and it's for me always a bit the feeling, well, that's still coming, so maybe it can still be shaped. While until now it felt very reactive, oh, disinformation, what do we do about it? Hate speech, what do we do about it? And if you look more into the future, you feel maybe more agency to influence things in a way that they don't have to break before you think about fixing them. And that's what makes this strand of work very interesting. And in concrete terms, I was thinking this morning that like 8 years ago or something, my two daughters were very involved with an app called Musical.ly. I don't know if you ever heard about that. And they loved it. And then it disappeared. And people in the tech sector said, well, that was just a temporary thing and it won't come back. And it's just this, it was just a one-off. And actually it was then, I don't know if it was bought, but basically it was integrated into TikTok. And now, as you know, the most fastest growing app, and again, my daughters love it, etc., etc. And Musical.ly and TikTok already are a lot based on manipulating content, and it's probably mostly benign, but it's already playing with reality, and that trend is, of course, accelerating fast, and as we know, can be abused a lot. And it hints, I think, generally that we are moving towards this metaverse. I mean, Meta, the company, tries to now appropriate this name, but the idea was there before that everybody is moving more into that space, and it works with a lot of manipulations, and there's a lot of business pressure to develop these products. and it raises lots of questions, I think, for all of us. And this year seemed special to me because we had these new tools for text-to-image creation, which were much discussed and used and went more mainstream. And you may have noticed in the last weeks there was also ChatGPT, I think it's called, which creates synthetic text and seems to be pretty amazing, what I see from what people are putting on Twitter. So this whole field is really moving fast and becoming more mainstream discussion. In that sense, I think if we say foresight, all this is coming closer with a very high speed and makes our discussions here more relevant. So I hope we have a great day together. We do want to focus on solutions in particular. What can we do about these things? Understanding is important, but of course, as NGOs, we work for change and not just for understanding. And I hope we have moved on that path when we conclude here today. So great to see you, and I hand over to you.
Thank you, Michael. As Michael said, I'm Heather Thompson. I'm the manager of the Digital Democracy program here. And I just want to give you a small inclination about what we do in digital democracy. Of course, under DRI, our utmost goal is to defend democratic institutions, and in DD, we do that in the online sphere. That's quite an illustrious goal, so we do it with 3 primary pillars that I would like to tell you a little bit about, and you'll see them sprinkled throughout today. The first is our social media monitoring, and we use our offline experience in monitoring elections, and we pair that with online data tools through all the most popular apps. And in that way, we understand a little bit more of how political discourse looks online. And we use that first pillar to inform our second pillar, which is the digital policy pillar. And in that we have worked, and will continue to work to advocate for better regulation and soft regulation to promote a healthy digital sphere. And though you see those 2 today, what we're focused primarily on is our emerging threats pillar, and we're very excited about it. The DisinfoRadar project, which is, of course, in partnership with the Federal Foreign Office, is really focused on not just what disinformation looks like today, but what it might look like tomorrow. So we're not necessarily telling the future, but what we do want to do is be prepared for what could be on the horizon in the form of technological tools and tactics, what stories are emerging, and how we can better prepare for them as civil society. In this year, which was the flagship year of the program, we focused a lot on synthetic tools like deepfakes, synthetic media, and how those might enter the mainstream. We talked to many experts, many of whom are in the room today, so we thank you again. And so really, this is the culmination of a year, but really more than 1 year of very hard work in this sector. And I'm really excited to show you our program today. We have a lot of very interesting speakers, very dynamic conversations planned. We'll talk a little bit about stories from around the globe. We have many activists in the room today who work on disinformation in their country. We will also speak about regulation. We'll talk a little bit more about AI. We'll talk about solutions as well, which is important that we don't only talk about the problem, but we address them with proactive solutions. And before we get started, before I hand it back to Claudia, I just want to quickly thank the team who made today possible. That's the Digital Democracy team, of course. Our research team, Jan-Nicola Bayer, Lena Maria Boswald, and Bia Saab. Their work of research and content creation this year is the foundation that we stand on. But of course, it would not be at all possible with our coordination team. That's Austin Davis and Serena Matei. I'm quite sure you've seen all of their names in email, but when you see them around today, please be sure to congratulate them and thank them for their work. And with that, I hand it back to you, Claudia. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Heather and Michael. Now, the use of disinformation as a weapon is not exactly new, right? It exists a long, long time. I don't know, 1800, whatever, maybe even longer. 2,000 years, 4,000 years, we don't know, but it's nothing new. But so why are we so obsessed about it right now? It's because strategies have changed, right? And our next guest knows all about this. I'm very, very pleased to announce you here on stage now. He's head of the Division for Strategic Communication and Information Analysis at the European External Action Service, EEAS. Lutz Güllner, welcome. Good morning. You want to sit?
Oh, we can also stand.
We can stand. It depends on how long we are going to talk.
Absolutely. It depends how
I
many
think this is
questions
more
you ask
active.
me.
Oh, I have
Very
so
good.
many questions, but they stole
Good.
so many minutes. So let's go right to
Absolutely.
it. We already heard about Twitter, TikTok. It's not just social media that is the big problem, right?
Absolutely. I think there is a bit of a focus on this is a social media platform issue.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a new element that is called technology. It's called the digitalization of our information systems, our information environment at large, which is a big opportunity, but also has become a threat. That is really the issue which is new, and that's why the focus is very much on the social media platforms. But I really want to stress a lot of disinformation, or you will hear me more speak about information manipulation, is still happening a lot in very classic offline spaces, call it radio, newspapers, whatever kind of is used to transport this. So very important to keep in mind, this is not just it's the platforms and we just need to tackle the platform issue. It's a bit bigger.
And it's not just Russia, though. Russia is in the spotlight since many, many years. It didn't get better beginning of this year, of course. So, but we don't know if we could look into the future. Almost anything could happen. We could have political power shifts. How do they impact disinformation, the landscape of it?
I mean, it's right. It's not only Russia. In any case, it's not Russia as a whole, you know?
Yeah.
We always have to be very careful with these geopolitical Russia and this country and that country. It's always parts of that country, very often security apparatus, sometimes linked directly to the state, sometimes indirectly. So these are complicated systems. We call them ecosystems in any case. But important is really this shift, let's say, the let's call it geopolitical kind of changes that we see, and that there has been a movement to use the manipulation of the information space as a tool, which is in the toolbox of many of these actors, be them state or non-state actors. And I think this is what is really hitting home now slowly, that in this big issue of disinformation, where we always need to distinguish very clearly kind of the, let's say, the misinformation part, the unintentional pollution of the information system, which is also a problem, which can also be harmful, then disinformation as a political tool in the domestic debates, for example, or as an economic tool, by the way, also a problem, also needs to be tackled. But there is this third dimension, which is so important, is that this information manipulation is used as a tool of state actors, non-state actors, to basically achieve their strategic objectives. We see it very, very clearly with Russia, if I can say the whole country, Russian actors, because we have seen it, let's say, over years already. And secondly, we have maybe the best insight into it. It's the most visible, it's the most, quote-unquote, brutal kind of way. The most crude way also of doing, with a lot of narrative setting, confusion, etc. But I would warn that this type of disinformation, information manipulation, comes also with a lot of sophistication sometimes, in the way these things are being produced, in the way these things are being amplified, in the way they are being targeted also. So it's not just crude narrative blurting out, it is also about real kind of interference.
But what will it be in the future? Like, will it be the quality disinformation or information manipulation, or will it be the quick and dirty to the masses?
I think we'll see both. We'll see both. After the 24th of February, as far as Russian actors are concerned, we thought, okay, this might get even more sophisticated, more targeted. Actually, we have seen a much more crude way using new actors, new amplification techniques that are not very hidden, that are very out there. For example, what the Russian embassies are now doing in terms of amplifying content that has been, for example, sanctioned by our own sanctions is quite amazing. They have not played such a role beforehand. But, and at the same time, we see a higher sophistication because we also see other actors. Also here, it's not China as a whole, but there are actors that relate to, let's say, or they're Chinese actors or China-related actors, whatever you want to call it, very often also to the security apparatus. And there we see a new tactics, is what we call the suppression of voices. the interference in debates, the intimidation tactics that are happening online, sometimes even in combination with offline. And that is something we need to watch. The other element, very, very important, is disinformation, information manipulation attacks, if you want, or activities very often come in sync with other instruments, cyber attacks, hack and leak operations, for example. And I think this will continue in the future. These actors will use all the instruments they have at hand, and that is something we need to watch very, very carefully.
And we can't foresee who these actors will be? The main actors?
I mean,
no.
it's also, I don't think it helps really to make a list, a blacklist of actors. I think we need to look, of course, on our side. We need to understand three things. We need to understand what is this disinformation, this information manipulation. The C, you know, the content. Very important. But as Peter Ptasek already said, let's be very careful that we don't fall into the trap of regulating the content. I think it would be very, very a slippery slope in any case, because this is not illegal. And how do we do this? Do we do a box of good content and bad content? That's why we believe very much, and that is what we do in our work, focus on the B. And you see there comes an ABC in the end. At the B, and that is the behavior of these actors. So what are the techniques, the tactics, the procedures they're using? What are illegitimate kind of approaches in this field? But we need to understand the A as well from the ABC. So who are the actors behind? And they might shift, you know. But as I said, you know, let's focus on the threat, the real issue that we see, and not fall into the trap that we want to, whatever, clean the digital world of disinformation. Will never happen unless we want to have full censorship. Nobody wants that. We want to shield ourselves from manipulation. And that's why this is also not in contradiction to freedom of speech, because genuine voices will still be there, and hopefully will be there, and they can say the most absurd and hurting things that they want, as long as they are not illegal, of course. But if these are genuine voices, you know, our democracies can deal with this. But not if there are 10,000 bots kind of supporting these, if there are troll armies kind of pushing into this, if there are other technical means of amplifying these voices. So these manipulation tactics of content, reach, identities, etc., this is the stuff we need to keep in close eyesight.
So at EU level, how do you prepare for this disinformation of the future or information manipulation? Is it the ABC? It's not just regulation?
The ABC is just an approach to understand what it is. We use basically this, of course, a comprehensive approach, as we always do. No, but it's basically 4 areas that we are looking at. And I still believe very much these cover all the areas we need to look at. Number 1 is situational awareness. We need to understand what's going on. The work that many here in the room are doing in terms of analysis, research, etc., is so crucial, because if we don't know what it is that is happening, we will not be able to deal with this. Number 2 is also what Michael, Heather, and the team are doing here, and that's why super work is resilience building. Resilience building at home, but also resilience building with partners, what we call capacity building. Third pillar is regulation. Some of the things we can regulate, and you know and we even have a discussion, I think, later about the Digital Services Act, about kind of rules of the game also for online actors, not only the platforms, by the way. And number 4, let's not forget, this is also an international issue. So we need to look into what are the tools that we have there, be it a bit more on the soft side, be it a bit on the harder side, like sanctions, international cooperation, maybe even international principles or rules, you know, that are absolutely missing. So
they're missing, yes, especially for AI. There are no global standards. And then you're going to have a law one day, but no global standards.
That is exactly the issue. At the same time, we know developing international standards in the sense of international principles, standards might be a little bit faster because you have more technical, but if you have political principles, that can be a generational kind of task. So let's be realistic, but I think we need to invest in this work. We have seen it in the cyber field. It's going slowly. I think the colleagues started 10 years ago to look at responsible state behavior, for example. I think it's time to start this work also in the field of information manipulation, disinformation, etc., where AI, of course, plays an enormously important role.
What about blockchain? Is that part of the solution?
it might be part of the solution, but also part of the problem, you know? It's always, the box is always, depends how you use it. You all remember kind of the discussion about whatever, first bots, you know? The bots have a fantastic role to play, but they are also used for dark, let's say, activities, if you can call it like this. So there is never the clear-cut solution. And I would be very careful, those that say, oh, we just need to do media literacy, oh, we just need to regulate the platforms, oh, we just need to impose sanctions or whatever. We need all of this, and that makes it so difficult to deal with this issue.
So literacy, regulation, awareness. Anything more to add?
Well, resilience, awareness, regulation, and international tools. I think these are the 4 ingredients that we really need.
Lutz Göllner, thank you so much for this short but very interesting talk. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
Yeah, just leave the mic with us for our panel discussion that is about to start right now. Now, reliable resources and sources around local information are rare. Information is increasingly consumed through social media. We heard about that already. And in them, disinformation spreads really easily. Now, our panel is going to be about this local disinformation, moderated by Beatriz Almeida Saab. I would like to call her on stage. There she is, Digital Democracy Research Associate at DRI.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. I am Bea Saab. I am a Digital Democracy Research Associate at DRI, and I'm very happy to be here today. Today in this session, we want to talk a little bit more about disinformation at a local context and what are some of the counter-narratives that we can observe. We know that political instability, technological innovation, as we've been talking, offer room for disinformation actors to expand their arsenal of tools, tactics, and narratives. But we also want to understand how those tools, tactics, and narratives happen across the globe. And we have experts here today to talk to us, to share a little bit about their work in a region or a country, how they observed those tools, tactics, and narratives, but also what are some initiatives that they have to combat it, since we are talking about solutions so much today. So I would like to call to the stage Odanga Madung, fellow at the Mozilla Foundation, Wafa Haikal, social media analyst at DRI, and Thiago Rondon, digital coordinator at the Brazilian Electoral Superior Court. So the format of the panel today is we're going to have a presentation from each of the speakers, followed by a 5-minute direct Q&A to each of them. And after all, we're going to have around 15 minutes of Q&A, open floor, if you want to address any comments or questions to any of the panelists. I would like to remember those watching online, please leave your comments and questions. I'm also going to receive them here with me. So our first speaker is Odanga. Odanga, I would like you to go to stage. Odanga is a research fellow at Mozilla Foundation. He focuses online on the impact of the internet on African communities. And yeah, have a good presentation.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for coming to this conference. I can tell you I'm not a big fan of the weather. I really need to go back to the African sun, but I have really appreciated just being invited to this conference to get a chance to, speak about some of the experiences that I've had, or rather within Kenya, and especially over the last year when we managed to have the elections. And as I think, I really just want to set the context first before I even go ahead to talk about some of the things that we have seen. As many of you may know, we have just come from a very contentious and highly contested election, where we had these two who you see on your screen, essentially came to this election as rivals, but at the time where they were initially elected about 10 years ago, they were actually the best of friends, and were one of Cambridge Analytica's first. One of the things many people do not usually tend to forget about is that these two are actually Cambridge Analytica's first clients, right? Way before Brexit, way before Trump, way before Ted Cruz hired Cambridge Analytica for their campaigns, These two were already gallivanting themselves to, to bad actors. And so Kenya has always been this canary in the coal mine when it comes to online platform manipulation. And we as Kenyans have had the unfortunate privilege of, being guinea pigs to online platformized disinformation tactics. And therefore, because of this, because of our government's and I think the state's very intricate appetite for disinformation narratives and for disinformation tactics, this actually ended up spawning an industry where, we ended up coming up with this, or rather, within Kenya, there spawned a really massive disinformation for hire industry, which was actually initially started off by politicians who would take advantage of influencer services that were being made available to brands, and they realized, wait a minute, we could use this for ourselves. Now, over the past 2 years, actually, I have spent time actually swimming in these disinformation for hire environments. And how I did this was essentially I managed to find ways of procuring the services of said disinformation for hire operatives, number one. And number two, I managed to actually get into the WhatsApp groups of these various disinformation for hire operatives. And you actually here what you can see is actually screenshots of the kind of briefs that they would actually be getting before they would run disinformation for hire campaigns. And this culminated in about 2 years of research that we have actually been carrying out, which I started carrying out as a fellow at the Mozilla Foundation. And there you can actually see the title of the first piece that we released, which was basically this huge expose that looked into the shadowy, what we are calling now the shadowy world of disinformation for hire in Kenya. So this is a very sophisticated industry, and one of the things that I came to find out was that because, of course, there was a lot of money in going into this industry actually seemed to have had to organize itself. It's very similar to, I've been borrowing from a lot of other crime industries in order to be able to try and understand how exactly these people organize themselves. The same way when a lot of people look into Al-Qaeda, they'll find that Al-Qaeda actually keeps books of accounts, right? And it's in a very similar way, you'll find that this industry was incredibly very, very well organized. You had politicians at the top giving out their money, right? Which would go through middlemen, which would then end up at a lower level, maybe of someone else who goes ahead and briefs them. Then you've got actually the influencers that end up actually getting paid to do this, to actually end up publishing this kind of work. And of course, a lot of the time, because it was being seeded into the platforms by malicious actors, they would actually use it to actually try and spread a lot of false information within Kenyan ecosystems. And one of the things that I found interesting, of course, was the figure. How much were people being paid, right, to go ahead and see these narratives? At least from what I was able to find out, much of the time, at the time I was doing this research, was that it was between $10 to $15 a day. But that was at the time. Now, of course, again, it's very much like, again, I would borrow a lot from other crime industries. When you're in a gang and you're going into a gang war, typically what happens when people, you tend to ask for higher prices. So towards the elections, these prices would actually go up. And one of the things that I found interesting is when I spoke to politicians who had been implicated in trying to, or rather in giving out money for this, they would be like, I saw these guys were being paid $15, but I thought I was paying a lot more. That means there was money being lost somewhere there in the middle, right? And one of the other interesting things about how sophisticated this industry is I think the platforms need to understand the kind of game that they're playing against these kind of people. When I managed to enter a lot of these WhatsApp groups in order to be able to try and understand the kind of briefs that were being given, the limit for WhatsApp to have people within a group is how many? 200 people, right? I was in 3 of these groups. That's on a minimum about 600 people. Does anybody know how many? I'll buy you a Kit Kat if you can answer. How many people are on Twitter's trust and safety team right now? 7. 7. Okay, now I want you to think about it this way. In Kenya alone, I'm in 3 groups. That's as much as I know, right? I managed to infiltrate 3 groups with over 200 people, 600, okay? Russia has thousands upon thousands of people that have been hired. China has the same thing, right? And a whole host of other countries. But Twitter only has 7 to deal with this problem. Can you see where I'm going with this? Good. And another very interesting thing I found out was I had kept wondering, why am I seeing so many, of course, before Elon Musk messed up the whole thing, right? I kept wondering, why am I seeing so many verified accounts within this environment? It turned out very much like drug mules. There were people who'd rent out their accounts for the purposes of using their accounts for disinformation, actually renting out their Twitter accounts. The main point of this next slide, I think, is just to say that, look, big tech, though, is a handmaiden to this system and is actually the ones that actually enable all of this to happen. And therefore, for almost 2 years, we tried to warn the platforms about what was to come. And we did a whole series of stories looking at the interconnectedness of this entire ecosystem. I think with perhaps one of the biggest ones being how, you know, a Spanish and anti-abortion NGO was actually trying to use this system to actually seed narratives, anti-abortion narratives into Kenya, especially during crucial times of legislation within the country. So there's actually an interconnectedness to the vulnerability of platform systems that we really, really need to think about. Now, the problem is that, unfortunately, despite trying to warn the platforms of all the things, of all the dangers that were going on, we actually still, in my opinion, did not succeed because they gave us a lot of very cosmetic approaches towards trying to solve the problem and did not necessarily address the real roots of the issue, which is that we have a very serious problem with regard to platforms and their vulnerabilities in terms of their engagement-based features. Also because, and we as a societies also have issues with weak institutions. And finally, again, for the platforms, we've got a very big issue of context bias. They do not understand, how to deal with the context of the specific communities and localities in which their platforms have been spreading. Mark Zuckerberg started Facebook simply because he wanted to rate whether girls were hot or not. He did not realize that it would actually end up having political implications across the world. Unfortunately, now he has to be able to reckon with that. So, from what I see is that the platforms have been able to get away with it, and especially in Kenya, I had a big problem with the fact that they got away with it this time because, in a country like mine, for example, we do tend to rate elections as successful based on whether there's violence or not, and I think we need to move way above that in order to be able to try and develop a much better understanding, and democracy needs to be able to deliver good leaders to us. We should not just be able to settle for enough. So I feel like platforms, in essence, have developed a highly vulnerable ecosystem, and then they've left it unguarded. And I think that, an election is not the time that we're going to have this get tested for us. I think there are bigger days of reckoning that are likely to come towards us. And case in point, we've been able to identify how these systems have been made vulnerable, have been exposed, and are vulnerable to other forms of malicious actors. And one case in point is when I actually broke this story here, I broke this story in Nairobi, where we had been able to identify how ISIS and Al-Shabaab have actually been using Facebook to try and recruit people. And one of the things that I think is very important for us to realize about this is that social media provides a very different type of dimension when it comes to extremist content because it exposes people that wouldn't have actually seen this content before and gives them a lot more pervasiveness than they would have gotten if these platforms did not exist in the first place. So it becomes a new point of first contact for many people who end up getting radicalized. That's something that we should actually really think about. So what are the opportunities? I think with the case, there's a very big case that is going on against Facebook right now. I think we have a huge opportunity to try and galvanize around that. We're trying to form groups of eminent leaders to try and sort of come together to sort of activate, or rather, how do I call it? Put some activism around that. I think the opportunities the DSA offers in terms of researcher access could provide a window for greater transparency. These are things that we must follow up on, because the truth about it is, in my opinion, what really concerns me specifically is, I think, just as Lutz had even mentioned before, that this is not just about the platforms. And for me, my interpretation about that is that the biggest issue we have is that they have had a chance to frame this conversation, right? That disinformation is about a few bad actors that are manipulating the platforms, and that they are not handmaidens to this through amplification, that they offer bad actors, right? And through also the fact that these companies make money from disinformation. These are things that we should not be able to ignore. Another big thing about it is the soft capture that these platforms have had, especially around the entire fact-checking industry. How do we actually strip, interventions or rather strip interventions from their influence and give them a sense of independence, right? So that we are not having the platforms dictating the terms of how we actually go about to try and solve this problem. And then secondly, of course, the layoffs. As I had mentioned, I was able to find almost 600 people that were participating in Kenya's disinformation industry. We are aware that other countries have thousands upon thousands of people. But unfortunately, trust and safety teams are being cut right now, even as we speak. What do we do about that? And then thirdly, I definitely have a problem with this guy. This guy on the right? Because I am worried that, the approaches that perhaps we would have used to try and bring these platforms to account, if more and more people that take over these platforms look like this guy, we are definitely not going to have much success in terms of how we deliver on our mandates. So that's it for my presentation. Yes.
Thank you. Let's just take a question, maybe. You can, yeah. Thank you, Odanga, so much for this great and very insightful presentation. As I said, we have some minutes for one question, so I would first like to give the audience the chance to just raise your hand and ask a question to Odanga if you have. The online comments we will get later on, but I just want to first give the chance to anyone here. I don't see everybody. Yeah. If no one has a question for now, remember, Michael has a question. So the microphone is arriving. Thanks.
Thanks, Anne. Yeah, you talked about the integrity teams, and there's always a suspicion that, especially outside very big markets, these platforms are doing very little. Kenya, on the other hand, has been in the spotlight quite a bit because of electoral violence. So did you ever have the feeling there was at least minimum attention to the Kenyan environment? Because you also said attention fell off after the elections. Does it imply that at least in the election period there was a bit of attention by the Facebook and others? Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Well, yes, there was attention, but I do wonder how much of it would be there if we hadn't called them out on their neglect and their, I would say, I don't know what it would have looked like if we had not called them out on their neglect way ahead of the elections. So we are in this catch-22. And actually, for me, it's not even that there was attention. It's that there was attention and we still ended up with a very bad situation, information environment, in the days following the elections. And I think that, to me, is what we should actually be trying to examine. If the platforms come to you and tell you all the right things, and you still end up in a very bad situation information-wise in the days following the elections, that essentially means you are lied to. Yeah, I know it's awkward, but yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Odanga, so much. Oh, Wafa, sure, go ahead. You can ask. Well,
Oh, a question from the panelist. Okay.
yeah, that's great.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I worked closely monitoring the Kenyan election in 2017, and I would like to ask you if there is like usual suspect of actors that spread disinformation in the recent elections that was spreading in disinformation in 2017. This is a regional trend that we see all over Africa, and I would like to know if it happened in Kenya or not.
Yes. There is a usual suspects trend also within our ecosystem, and I can share with you some information around that as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Odanga, for your presentation. So our next speaker is Wafa Haikal. Wafa is a social media analyst at DRI working in the MENA region. She is a journalist whose work has covered the intersection of social media and human rights since the Arab Spring. Her current focus is tackling online myths and disinformation on a regional and global level. Thank you, Wafa.
Thank you, B, for the nice introduction, and thanks for the invitation from DRI. It's always nice to come to Europe and talk about non-European context. I am like Odango, it's cold, and I prefer African weather. But let's dig into it. I prepared this presentation especially for you. So this is like, I'm scratching like the research about TikTok in MENA. So this is just the beginning of it. So I hope that you like it. I will talk about the use of synthetic media in spreading disinformation in MENA. You can find that MENA is an emerging market for AI developing market, especially the Gulf countries. They are jumping into it. By 2013, there will be like huge investment in AI in MENA. Deepfake content, I'm not gonna define deepfake. I know that you are advanced audience. I don't have to do this. But deepfake content can be used to promote freedom of speech, like satire, as Lutz say, by genuine voices. You can use the technologies that you would like to use, but also it can be used to fabricate content and manipulate content, and spread disinformation and hate speech. And I would like to talk more about how this can be very dangerous when it's gender-based and gender disinformation, because these tools are very accessible and cheap, and everyone can use it. And so the use of deepfake technology in MENA varies between cheap fake, synthetic media, audio and video manipulation, and deepfake. And when we talk about deepfake, I know that it's like a new trendy term, and I'm always an advocate to always look into regular disinformation and not disconnect from our community when combating disinformation and hate speech. So this presentation will focus only on the use of synthetic media, so I'm not going into text, I'm going to only visual. As emerging disinformation threat in MENA, I collected some use cases, like 25 video from TikTok, engaging with viral content in Egypt and Tunisia. ByteDance estimates that it had 20 million TikTok users in Egypt above 18 years old. I think the number is much bigger. All children in Egypt, that they are just using TikTok. And when you think about this, please think that these are the next voting group. Like, these people are gonna vote in the next election, and they are exposed to so many disinformation and manipulation on TikTok. So this is from Data and Society research on deepfake. You will see that deepfake and shallow fake, it's a spectrum. And you can see that I lost my eyeglasses, so I can't really see the small stuff. But you will see that the same techniques used in shallow fakes can be used in deepfakes. It really depends on the sophistication of the technology. So I really like this spectrum, and we will go through some of use cases that I try to build on this research in MENA. So let's talk first about shallow fakes. So shallow fakes depends on using shells, or I call them shells or containers or visual templates. It's to create cheap and quick video using image editing software that's on your mobile. You don't have to go on your laptop. And it can, like, I have like 3 shells here that I'm gonna talk about: effects and filters. This can change the gender of the speaker. And then you have sports, football matches. I'm from North Africa. Football is like huge. And pop movies, also always a part of the culture itself. Like disinformation is really integrated into the culture. So let's take a look about, this is from DRI work. Our ex-colleague Madeline did this amazing research about definitions of what is the difference between synthetic media, audiovisual and deepfake and cheapfake. Not going deep there. But let's continue. What are the formats of shallow fakes? So first one, the effects. You will see here that they use this template, this shell of polygraph, liar or not liar, and they just like add it as a layer for a video. That's for here we can see President Sisi. This video has 4 million views on TikTok. They usually push this kind of video to create a narrative or support a narrative, a political narrative in a specific event. The styles that they are using here is audio and video manipulation, and it's a shallow fake altering. The next one is pop movies. You can see that this is the original. You can see this in every country. They use pop movies and old movies to put like the face of someone in the scene. It's very popular, and we cannot talk about this without also talking about mimification, like how this small video comics is also part of the mimification culture, and how deepfake is integrated into the mimification culture. So the third type, oh, sorry, I wrote a note that shouldn't be here, but this is number 10 example in my sheet. So they use sports and talk shows, putting Moussimani, he's an Al-Ahli former coach. Al-Ahli is like a football club in Egypt. Onna Amr Adib. So this can like make rivals between football clubs that can cause like so much violence, really, in the real world, not the real world, the offline world. So this is kind of the examples that we see, and this is the content as the C that Lotz talked about. So let's talk about the B, the behavior. So this is what the behavior looks like. So this is, while I was looking into the data, I found this account that I think they usually publish only synthetic media. They usually only shallow fakes, and they have like all the behaviors that we see. For example, they will put like a political thumbnail for Sisi, for example, as a thumbnail, and when you click the video, it's about something different else. So you will see all the symptoms of dark patterns on this page, and to me, it looks like a full-time job. This account looks like they are getting paid to do what they are doing. And you can see that they reach like really high views, like 1 million and more. And let's talk about Wombo.ai. Let's talk about the tools, the techniques itself. Now, this is the ABC. Okay, what are the tools and the techniques that the actors use? And we will see that Wombo.ai is one of the most used one. You'll see this is videos made for presidents from North Africa, Qais Said, El-Sisi, and yes, so they just like do lip syncing and poking and dancing. So what are the threats? So the threats are very serious because usually it can spread foreign disinformation. Here in this case, in this video, they are using like voice editing and cutting tools, where Qais Said, like they do like audio manipulation audio alterings, that when he says that we are gonna fire on North Korea, and then they cut the video on Putin laughing on what he's saying. So this is very, very dangerous. It can affect national security. It has like clear disinformation in it, and it's using audio altering in a very sophisticated way, which is very worrying to me and to us. So what are the counter narratives? So while we are looking into the future, we are also building the present. With DRI, I work with in the Words Matter project. It's a regional project between Tunisia, Sudan, Jordan, and Lebanon. And we build the capacity of local NGOs to counter disinformation and do social media monitoring and counter hate speech. And one of our projects that we support in Jordan with Jordan Open Source Association, it's called NOHA. NOHA means mind in Arabic, and they are building a tool to detect online gender-based violence in Arabic on Twitter. So this can be the counter narrative. It's hard to do also in LB in Arabic, so this is amazing to do. You can see there is some other initiatives like Fandango for European context, and here is the structures that they are used for AI analysis. You will have Vera.ai. So there are many initiatives, and I hope that also we realize the limitation for the MENA area. As if you can imagine like a software engineer working in Europe, they have more access to AI tools. They are working in a developing market. When we, as a software engineer, like in MENA, when they are gonna join this market, they will have this disadvantage because they are not able to use it. When I'm trying to use like Dale.e in Egypt, I am not allowed to access it because it's not allowed in my country. Again, there is lots of bias. So when we talk about regulation of content, we also have to think about what is the AI market looks in developing countries. And that's it from me, and I'm happy to receive all your questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Wafa. That was really, really great presentation and very insightful. TikTok, as we know, it's still a platform that we still need to build methodologies to research this information there. So yeah, I would like to open the floor to see if somebody has a direct question to Wafa. Yes. Oh, there are some other hands. We will collect them all and then we can do.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Stephanie Valdescott from Adobe. So thank you very much for your presentation. You mentioned that you focused a lot on the detection part of things. And I was just curious if there are other elements that you're focusing on, such as media literacy, or, I mean, later on I'll speak a bit about provenance, technology, anything that's come up also in your region? Thank you.
So this work is done only for the Disinfo radar, but I can talk for hours about the Words Matter project because it's a 3 years project funded by the German Foreign Federal Office, and they do an amazing work. Like what we try to do is to find what are the regional trends and behaviors between manipulators between all of these countries. Like we have usual suspects, usual techniques. But what we need more, I think, in MENA, not just detection, we also do analysis. We need to strengthen independent media, and we need to fill the gaps of information, so we don't depend heavily on social media as a source of information. I hope that I answered you, but I will share with you the first regional report of our project. It has amazing stuff.
Thank you. I think we have one more question here, and I see Sam also in the back.
Hello, my name is Ali, and I'm a researcher at Leibniz University. I'm researching Chinese influence in the Middle East. I'm very interested with your work on TikTok. You said there's over 20 million youngsters in Egypt using TikTok today. And I'm interested to learn about your insights in this topic regarding foreign influence, especially Chinese one. Yeah, any insights would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ali, for your question. As I said, I'm still scratching this area. We are searching for funders right now. What I notice, and I'm not also an expert on Chinese influence, but it's really what I noticed since COVID-19. It's the harmful content that you can, kids that can watch on TikTok without even signing up, like 9 years old. And it's targeted to them. And they know that they are kids and they know that they are teenager, and it really affects them. So this is really my main concern about this. We also have this big case about freedom of speech and TikTok in Egypt, where we have women who use TikTok to dance and express themselves are in jail now, facing big cases. So yeah, I hope that more researchers in MENA get access for TikTok API and do more social media monitoring, and we talk with TikTok on the same level of accountability that we talk to other platforms too.
Thank you. And our last question for now, but we will still have the open floor later.
Thank you, Wafa. It's fascinating. Sam Gregory from Witness. You showed a lot of satirical videos. To what extent are people trying to move satirical videos from being presented as satirical videos to presenting them as real? How much are you seeing that problem of kind of laundering satirical to real and deliberately trying to deceive people?
Yes, so lots of satire on TikTok. On the political content that I looked into, the sample, it's lots of satire, and I would say that we should, is it harmful content or is it not harmful content? Is it a state actor or is it non-state actor? Is it foreign or non-foreign? I think we should dig deep into this and research it. I really didn't, when I was working on the sheet and I was classifying things, and I was just like, oh, satire, freedom of speech, and I was just like, okay, I will just delete freedom of speech and I will leave satire, and then I'll create another column, is it harmful or is it not? What is the effect of it, or how it is used? So you know that we work in a very in the areas that we work in and how it interacts with freedom of speech. It's very sensitive, and we had to have this sensitivity all the time when we are dealing with satire content. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Wafa, so much for the presentation and for answering the questions. So our final presenter is Thiago Rondon. Thiago is the digital coordinator of the program to combat disinformation developed by the Brazilian Superior Electoral Court, the main electoral institution in Brazil. For those that don't know, the Electoral Court, they work administrating the entire electoral process, auditing the electronic machine system that we have, as well as validating candidacies and so on. So pleasure to have you here, Thiago, and you can go on.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you guys here. Thank you, everybody, for this event. Like Uganda I'm trying to do about Brazil to tell the context of this election in Brazil this year. We have a very, very polarized election, and with a lot of cases of violence and deaths, fights with the people, and maybe misinformation has amplified these cases in this year. And I think in the next election, it can be a big problem for us. This talk is 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, so I will show some of our necessary actions these years in this election. Before I get these actions, let me address some of the situations. Mass messaging in the last elections a big problem in Brazil. WhatsApp and SMS. This year we has a vast growth of Telegram in Brazil. 60% of population has the app in your cell phone, in your mobile. we worried about the propaganda, advertising Meta and Google, because in Brazil we have a funding, public funding to for elections. So it doesn't make sense to, for example, to use public money for misinformation. Many researchers and digital experts told us that conspiracy theories have financial and political reasons. So it's very a big problem for us in this year. The platform policies, I don't know if it's enough for our problem. So what we try to do is talk with a lot of experts, a lot of organizations to address our challenge. For to tell about about our work and to deal with this problem, we founded a program on countering disinformation. We try to be systemic in our actions, so we founded on multisectorial and systemic strategies. So we have more than 100 partners like big techs, fact checkers, press, cyber specialists, political parties, media. And to do that, for example, we signed like a contract agreement with all these platforms. It's public, so we try to write everything to the people, to the society, what do we do together, and with all these more 100 partners that we make. I like to say that we are a big hub in Brazil to all the actors that interest to combat disinformation in digital space. So in this year, for example, we signed a contract with Telegram. I think it's the first electoral court, for example, that signed something with Telegram, and it was very important for us because we have, we know that Telegram is used in Brazil, for example, by extremists that, for example, change ideas to attack someone in the streets, for example, and it's very dangerous. And if Telegram, we create a big channel in Brazil, and Telegram support us to do that too. So our program has 3 axes: is to inform, to empower people, and to respond disinformation, misinformation in hate speech. That I think it's most problem this year in election in Brazil. So with big techs, I think we have one big action. Many platforms needs specified policies for the election. In our case, we found the policies on electoral disinformation based on other countries, for example, when we found this in some platform. An example, there were examples of misinformation about voting by email or by mail, but in Brazil, we do not have vote by mail. The second, in Brazil, we have electronic voting system, as Bia said. So all the voters vote on Sunday, and we know the results on the same day. So in this year, we consult every platform to talk about the policies. For example, you explain how our process works in Brazil, because we believe when we reflect the electoral process in policies, it's very fast to the moderation system, for example, to work in the platform. We see this in the election, in the last election, for example. Allegation of fraud without evidence of a result that comes out on the same day are a challenge for everybody. We understand in the night, for example, in the Sunday, when the results is apart for everybody, if someone tried to say something about the fraud or allegation without evidence, everybody talks about that. And this year, we have a lot of cases about the violence in the streets. For example, the people go to the roads to block the roads, the highways, and put fire in the cars, for example, and stuff like that. So what we try to create is an ecosystem with a lot of actors that doesn't depend only that platform can act, but fact-checkers, media, press, and a lot of our partners. Another thing that we create with all these platforms is an extrajudicial channel. We create like a fast track with the platforms that we can share a link, for example, with a big problem, to the platform can see this link, and we call it alert system. So when some partner call us and said, for example, hey, we have to look to this link, it's a big problem. So platform create a group to analyze this very fast. We have like a method that we ask for the platform if can analyze in 1 hour this link, for example, to do something. And when you set a moderation content, we doesn't ask, for example, to remove a content. We ask to mark this content with a fact-checker link or something like that. WhatsApp chatbot. WhatsApp is a big problem in Brazil. Just to know, in Brazil, 99% of the population talk in WhatsApp. So we create a big WhatsApp. It's the biggest bot in WhatsApp in the world. More than 6 million Brazilians send message to ask for information and for fact-checkers disinformation. We create a partnership with middan.com. It's an easy way to the people share, for example, a link or a message that they receive in WhatsApp, and same for this AI to process and give a fact check, for example. We try to talk to the platforms on units products. For example, we try to create something new in all platforms in your design. For example, in Telegram, when we receive a message in Telegram and has a link of a fact check, we send this link by alert system, and Telegram mark in this application that you receive a fake news, for example, fake news. And we do a lot of stuff, for example, with Meta. We create, for example, when the people want to know the local of votes, so the people in Facebook has a way to do that. And to update our ID, for example, to vote, we have like 100 million access in just one week to the people to do that. It shows how the power of the platforms and how the people use the platform. We have a lot of access to the services of electoral courts, for example, and what we learn when we give you, for example, how the people can access the services, the problem of misinformation about this kind of services is reduced. And another point, the last point, we think it's very important. With all the platforms, you sign an agreement that all the ads about politics, needs to be open data in Brazil. So the Meta and Google, for example, create a repository in real time and empower NGOs, for example, to study this data and show to the people how the money is used to do propaganda online. And it's very, very useful. We have a lot of good case to study now about how misinformation, we can use, for example, follow the money. And I think it's very good for the next year to create some debate about regulation, for example, about this. So I think I want to share with you, it's very important to create a hub in a country, for example, if many actors For example, in Brazil, we created this hub with more than 100 partners, sign, for example, agreements with specified actions, and try to do this as ecosystem. It's a very difficult. It's very difficult to combat misinformation, as you know. So I think it's a case. If you want to know more about our program, it's in Portuguese, English, and Spanish in our website. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't know if it's on. It is. Thank you, Thiago. It's always great to hear about the efforts from the government side. And as a Brazilian, always very proud to hear about the work of the Superior Electoral Court. I would like to ask if somebody has a question directly to Thiago before we open the floor for the Q&A. There is one there.
Good morning, thank you. Paula from Democratic Society. My question is around those contracts that you mentioned that were signed with the companies, if I understood well. And if you can say a little bit more, are they based on goodwill? Is there any compulsory elements? I mean, how do they work?
Okay, it's like an open contract. We don't have any financial item, for example, to the platforms. We try to make a list what the platform goes to be in the elections to inform the population about the electoral process. The second thing is to empower, for example, NGOs, what the platform go to create, for example, workshops for journalists. It's very, very good action this year and lesson for us. And thirdly, how to respond. What I try to create in the response axis is how the platform can identify, for example, a big problem in the platform, and how to respond with this. We believe the response is not only, for example, we have a problem in a link, and you just drop this link, for example, of the platform. We believe the platform needs to be a lot of tools to create a strategy with this link. For example, inform who received some link. For example, here you have a fact checker link that you need to read.
Thank you. I'm gonna open, thank you, Thiago. I think we're gonna open for the Q&A now, and then we can all address the questions. But thank you, Thiago, again for the presentation. So feel free now to address a question to specifically a speaker or to just address the panel as well. Also, guys, feel free to make a comment or to ask each other questions. I just wanted to remind people at home watching online, I'm receiving some of the questions here, so I will also address those. But yeah, I would like to open the floor and see if somebody has a question or a comment. And I see Tatiana.
Thank you very much. My name is Tatiana Bogdanova. I research the use of personal data in elections. I originally wanted to address this question to Thiago, but anyone else is also welcome to comment. Thiago, I know that in Brazil, I think after 2018 elections, the bulk WhatsApp messaging was one of the prevalent campaigning tactics, and that raised some questions as to where all this data came from in order to be able to target people with these messages. Is that something you're also looking into, like the data security? I think I spoke to somebody at Internet Lab, a Brazilian NGO, and they were talking about how personal data in Brazil is bought and sold online, and could be also used in campaigning. So is that something that you're also looking into in your work? Thank you.
Hello. Okay. I think about WhatsApp, we have a big problem because we know it's a network, a messaging network, so it's a big challenge. So the first thing that we try to do is to talk to the platform and, for example, try to talk about some features in products, like the limits about the number of forwards in Brazil, for example, in the election. The second, it's the WhatsApp think 2 times if we launch something new in this year. For example, WhatsApp has in this year communities to all the world, but in Brazil just launched this feature in the next year. Because we talk, we have like groups, 200 people to 5,000, for example. Maybe it's a big problem. And the second, we try to, the third, we talk like, for example, to link with the Google search. When you send, for example, a lot of message, forward a lot of message to a lot of people, in this link has maybe, I don't know, maybe it's too technical, but when we receive a lot of the same message in our phone, it's a way to know this in a meta tags of the message. So we try to link for a fact checker link in the, I don't know the name of Lupa.
Of the search?
No, yeah, it's like a search. Do you know?
Search. The little.
You receive many times the same message that a search button, for example. We can press this button. We try to talk to the WhatsApp to create a cross-platform strategy with the Google to see links about fact checkers in the Google search.
Yeah, thank you. I will do one question online now, and it's for the panel. So feel free, any of you, to answer. It's a double question kind of thing, but who should take accountability in all of this problem? The social media platforms, I think this is a big question that we will try to also address today. The user, the government, and is it possible to demand a democratically elected entity to govern social media platforms? So who should take accountability, and is it the role of the government to govern or to regulate the social media platforms?
I can take a quick dig in this.
Sure.
Okay. I think it's a holistic responsibility. It's the responsibility of all of us, all components of the society, the individuals, the tech companies, the government, the media. We all should work collectively to counter the spreading of disinformation and hate speech. About regulation and who should monitor this, and I would leave it to the panel.
Hello? Okay, good. So I do understand the need to be, to try and ask the question of should it be government, should it be individuals, should it be the platforms? But I think this is largely a platform problem. I think that a big part of how we should think about this problem should be putting the pressure on the platforms and also putting the pressure on governments to be able to regulate these platforms. I think one of the speakers that was here previously mentioned that we should not be trying to go into the realm of regulating content. We need to regulate these platforms as an industry because these platforms are trillion-dollar companies. We tend to forget about that these are business people that make a lot of money and have not been regulated for a long time. And so therefore, it's a very clear thing when we look at other industries and how far they have been able to come. If cars are not released onto the road without being able to do testing for emissions and testing for accidents, right? Why can't we think about it in the same way when it comes to the features of social media platforms, right? Those are the kind of things that we need to think about. And when it comes to disinformation, one thing that we've learned is that a lot of these bad actors tend to take advantage of the very things that help social media companies make money, right? And these are now the things that we need to think about. Now, one thing I will say that we should shy away from is really trying to place the burden on the individual citizens themselves, okay? Because I usually like to say that you go to the supermarket, right? And the food and consumer packaged good industry has sort of evolved to a point of safety where, nowadays there's nothing you won't buy that, okay, this water doesn't have labels. But there's nothing you won't buy that doesn't have a label, right? But can you imagine if I went to the supermarket and told you that you need to read the label of every single thing that you buy, right? It will be impossible to buy anything, right? So but the main thing is that there's a regulator whose job it is to make sure that what you pick up from the shelf is safe. So it's the same way. We have to put pressure on regulators, and we have to put pressure on the platforms to ensure that what we do when we enter those ecosystems is safe for us to consume. So I think that's maybe the answer that I would give to that question.
Thank you. Tiago?
I think it's my personal opinion, but I think it's important to have something that we need to discuss about responsibility, democratic responsibility for big techs, for influencers. And to do that, I think the first step is, for example, big companies need to be more transparent, like with open data stuff, not just about the propaganda, but the moderation. I think it's very good. For example, in Brazil, the 10 biggest platforms, for example, is not from Brazil. So the platform don't speak in Portuguese. It's a problem. The platforms don't know about our context. So and don't know about our culture. So it's very, very difficult to create something to combat disinformation. And what we learned this year, when we can empower, for example, a lot of organization, academics, research, digital experts about the data of platforms, for example, TikTok. TikTok doesn't have open data, and we have a lot of problems about that. So, but some researchers can go to the platform and try to create some paper or some research about that. WhatsApp, for example, we have a good case in Brazil that how we can do actions with researchers, but the people don't know how to look to WhatsApp. We needed to empower this organization to do that. So I think it's an ecosystem that we need to create, for example, for each country.
Thank you. And also thank you to Yara Al-Rafi on YouTube for sending this question. Very much appreciated. I would like to ask if someone has a final question to the panel from the audience before we go to the break.
Thank you. Sahana Udupa here. So my question is about deepfakes. So to what extent are deepfakes and synthetic media, fabricated videos, a problem in Brazil and Kenya? And how are they evolving in relation to textual forms of content?
So I would say in my side of things, we did a bit of research into the prevalence of synthetic media on TikTok. And we found that the platform was very uniquely susceptible to the problem because of the method of moderation that the company, specifically TikTok, actually even on Twitter as well, we find that because there are very weak institutions towards safeguarding our information environment from synthetic media, that it tends to have very real-world effects on the various actors within that case. So I'll give you a case in point. We've just had 2 media houses which ended up being fined about $120,000 because they were duped into publishing a synthetic video on their publications, which led to them actually ending up with a defamation suit. So that, again, you find that the information environments that are very likely to fall for synthetic media often don't have the necessary checks and balances to be able to protect them from it. And that, I think, presents a very serious and grave point of danger within our communities. It is a problem across all platforms. Many of them have very huge problems dealing with it, largely because also where is the line between synthetic media and satire a lot of times? That sometimes is not clear. Number two, we have, again, as I had mentioned, I have a very big problem with the layoffs, right? Because a lot of, like Twitter basically fired a huge chunk of its content moderation teams. That means the capacity and the effort that it would take to try and deal with synthetic media within these platforms has greatly been reduced. And so, this I think is a problem that likely might actually even end up getting worse within some platforms, some more than others. But I would say that we've not even scratched the surface of what that problem of what this form of media can actually end up bringing. And the platforms need to be, it's a very hard problem to solve, but the platforms need to be on their toes when it comes to trying to deal with this problem. The unfortunate issue right now is that they're not even on their knees when it comes to dealing with this problem.
Thank you. Tiago, do you want to address about Brazil on the use of deepfakes and synthetic media?
I think in Brazil this year, we see a lot of videos in QI, TikTok, and YouTube Shorts. And as Wafa said, it's nowadays anyone can create fast something, a deepfake, for example. But in Brazil, we have a lot of problems about just the sound, for example, share between WhatsApp. So, for example, an employer of some company that work for the court, for example, we have said something, but it's created. We have a lot of this about candidates, for example, to say something false. So I think the WhatsApp is a big challenge in Brazil.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank the speakers so much for giving us very good presentations and answering all of our questions. Thank you, everybody, for your participation and also for the very insightful questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the panelists from my side as well, and Beatrice, of course, for moderating this panel. Thank you. And I'm just going to enter the stage to tell you that we're going to take a coffee break of almost half an hour. We see each other back here at 11:45, 11:45. Also for everybody joining us online, 11:45. Now there's the red light, but the camera is not. Oh, okay, cool. Hello out there. 11:45. We are back here live. Thank you.
The new generation, what we call millennials, or even the younger generation, Gen Z, Gen X, have a totally different understanding of the world. And we cannot appeal to them if we use the same old traditional and conventional means that many NGOs are still following. We really have to understand what makes them relate to something, how they care for causes, and they do care for many global causes, but we have also to speak their language. And this is why in Lebanon we have launched an online political talk show that really brings to the table emerging thought leaders, figures with whom the youth identifies, who have a strong political and activism discourse that is in support of democracy and democratic principles.
DRI has actually, for more than 10 years, been very actively promoting democracy and democratic principle, rule of law. And I think the importance of the work that it has done, it's been exactly that it has been very focused on its work. It has not going all the ways, but it has been focusing on democracy issues. And unfortunately, I have to say that today this kind of work is even more needed than perhaps sometime earlier, because there are more and more questions which have been raised about democracy. And one of the things which also makes it different, it's at the same time, it's a think tank, but also an operational actor. And it can combine these both to its advantage when it goes to work in the field.
The main success DRI did over the past year was really the administrative campaign. This was a new topic in Tunisia. It was never done by any other stakeholders to try and reach the citizen. It happens several times that citizens can be targeted by decision from local authorities. So going into these fields and filling the gap that was not done in Tunisia is really a success that DRI stands for, and we are really proud with all our partners to reach the level of results. Field activities with interaction with citizens, but also a digital campaign, and also through traditional medias. We reached nearly 1 million people over the last year, so that's a really great success. And even people were demanding more activity to learn because it was a new topic to them. There was in Sfax Governorate a student who was banned from passing his exams because he was missing classes for nearly 15 days. So the headmasters impeded him to pass his exams. Thanks to our partners on the ground, the student filed a complaint to the Administrative Justice Court, and within 15 days he was granted the right to pass his baccalaureate, and he eventually succeeded.
I think the main achievement is the adoption of the new public procurement law. DRI really did the legal drafting of this law in consultation with Parliament, the Ministry of Finance, and all other stakeholders, the international community. And we developed implementation decrees and bylaws for the new institutions emerging that were created by this new law, to operationalize it, to give the implementing mechanisms to allow for all public administration and at the central and local levels to really provide public services in all transparency by ensuring value for money, by keeping the needs of the citizens on the top of their priorities. Looking back, DRI really directly contributed to the adoption of this law and to its operationalization. The new generation, what we call millennials, or even the younger generation, Gen Z, Gen X, have a totally different understanding of the world, and we cannot appeal to them if we use the same old traditional and conventional means that many NGOs are still following. We really have to understand what makes them relate to something, how they care for causes, and they do care for many global causes, but we have also to speak their language. And this is why in Lebanon we have launched an online political talk show that really brings to the table emerging thought leaders, figures with whom the youth identifies, who have a strong political and activism discourse that is in support of democracy and democratic principles.
DRI has actually, for more than 10 years, been very actively promoting democracy and democratic principle, rule of law. And I think the importance of the work that it has done, it's been exactly that it has been very focused on its work. It has not going all the ways, but it has been focusing on democracy issues. And unfortunately, I have to say that today this kind of work is even more needed than perhaps sometime earlier, because there are more and more questions which have been raised about democracy. And one of the things which also makes it different, it's at the same time, it's a think tank, but also an operational actor. And it can combine these both to its advantage when it goes to work in the field.
The main success DRI did over the past year was really the administrative campaign. This was a new topic in Tunisia. It was never done by any other stakeholders to try and reach the citizen. It happens several times that citizens can be targeted by decision from local authorities. So going into these fields and filling the gap that was not done in Tunisia is really a success that DRI stands for, and we are really proud with all our partners to reach the level of results. Field activities with interaction with citizens, but also a digital campaign, and also through traditional medias. We reached nearly 1 million people over the last year, so that's a really great success. And even people were demanding more activity to learn because it was a new topic to them. There was in Sfax Governorate a student who was banned from passing his exams because he was missing classes for nearly 15 days. So the headmasters impeded him to pass these exams. Thanks to our partners on the ground, the student filed a complaint to the Administrative Justice Court, and within 15 days he was granted the right to pass his baccalaureate, and he eventually succeeded.
I think the main achievement is the adoption of the new public procurement law. DRI really did the legal drafting of this law in consultation with Parliament, the Ministry of Finance, and all other stakeholders, the international community. And we developed implementation decrees and bylaws for the new institutions emerging that were created by this new law, to operationalize it, to give the implementing mechanisms to allow for all public administration and at the central and local levels to really provide public services in all transparency by ensuring value for money, by keeping the needs of the citizens on the top of their priorities. Looking back, DRI really directly contributed to the adoption of this law and to its operationalization. The new generation, what we call millennials, or even the younger generation, Gen Z, Gen X, have a totally different understanding of the world. And we cannot appeal to them if we use the same old traditional and conventional means that many NGOs are still following. We really have to understand what makes them relate to something, how they care for causes, and they do care for many global causes, but we have also to speak their language. And this is why in Lebanon we have launched an online political talk show that really brings to the table emerging thought leaders, figures with whom the youth identifies, who have a strong political and activism discourse that is in support of democracy and democratic principles.
DRI has actually, for more than 10 years, been very actively promoting democracy and democratic principle, rule of law. And I think the importance of the work that it has done, it's been exactly that it has been very focused on its work. It has not going all the ways, but it has been focusing on democracy issues. And unfortunately, I have to say that today this kind of work is even more needed than perhaps sometime earlier, because there are more and more questions which have been raised about democracy. And one of the things which also makes it different, it's at the same time, it's a think tank, but also an operational actor. And it can combine these both to its advantage when it goes to work in the field.
The main success DRI did over the past year was really the administrative campaign. This was a new topic in Tunisia. It was never done by any other stakeholders to try and reach the citizen. It happens several times that citizens can be targeted by decision from local authorities. So going into these fields and filling the gap that was not done in Tunisia is really a success that DRI stands for, and we are really proud with all our partners to reach the level of results. Field activities with interaction with citizens, but also a digital campaign, and also through traditional medias. We reached nearly 1 million people over the last year, so that's a really great success. And even people were demanding more activity to learn because it was a new topic to them. There was in Sfax Governorate a student who was banned from passing his exams because he was missing classes for nearly 15 days. So the headmasters impeded him to pass these exams. Thanks to our partners on the ground, the student filed a complaint to the Administrative Justice Court, and within 15 days he was granted the right to pass his baccalaureate, and he eventually succeeded.
Thank you very much for joining us back in here and online. Thank you so much. We want to continue with our next speaker, who is actually spelled with an E instead of an A. It's Jan-Nicolas Beyer, and he's also open for questions from you online or here at our audience. We want to learn more about tactical elements and technological tools when it comes to disinformation. Please welcome Jan-Nicolas Beyer. He's Digital Democracy Research Coordinator at DRI.
Well, thanks, Claudia. Well, today's a really special day for us, not only because it gives us the opportunity to bring together so many friends and distinguished disinformation experts, but coming to an end of a project is also a phase of reflection. I think maybe Christmas is generally a phase of reflection, but for us, in this last phase of this project, we really wanted to go back and see what are the lessons learned that we've, or the lessons that we've learned throughout this project. And also, the same way that Lutz was beginning, when we started this project, we tried to conceptualize or come up with a conceptual framework of how to grapple with this constantly changing disinformation environment and how to understand disinformation. And we've tried to do this through breaking it down through its constituent parts. So we try to understand disinformation both in the tools that people use, the tactics, so basically the strategies that they employ, and the synergies that develop out of these, the stories, or what Lutz maybe has referred to, the content. And we started this project by doing kind of a mapping exercise, by trying to gain an overview of what is out there in all these three domains. And what we've realized is that if we look in specific aspects of these, like for example tools, we see certain trends emerging. Some of these we've already talked about. So for example, that while we see a lot of technological development, fast-speed technological development, the rise of text-to-image technology, and so on, we still see in most of the specific context that we look at still a dominance of rather rudimentary technologies such as cheap fakes and shallow fakes, as we have talked about here before. And this is throughout actually the different contexts. Like in this year, we have looked, of course, a lot in kind of like the element of warfare in the context of Ukraine, but also in the various elections that we've observed, we've seen this dominance of technologies. But actually, the most fundamental key insight that we made is that the main changing, or the most drastic shift that we see is a shift rather in tactics rather than technology. And we've tried to kind of like see like where are we going in this kind of like a tactical domain of disinformation, and try to see where are we currently standing and where will maybe the future go. And I have to say future in quotation marks, because some of these trends we're already seeing occurring right now. So I think this has been said several times already throughout this day, is kind of like that currently still the emphasis of disinformation actors is one of quantity over quality. So, like, I mean, there are many terms for this, flooding the zone, etc., of like trying to produce as much content as possible, rather than trying to go into deep quality. What is maybe a bit newer trend is that this combination of trying to combine kind of authentic sources and synthetic sources. So what I mean is kind of like we've heard today also from Odanga in Kenya, also the role of influencers playing next to kind of like technological tools that are used, maybe the old bot farms, etc. So this combination of two of authentic and synthetic sources of disinformation. And the last thing that we've already seen is that actors are quite quick and to adapt to new either to regulations, but also to technological opportunities. So on the one hand, of course, like when we see new tech regulations, people moving to platforms that are less regulated and trying to try to get their content via link sharing and so on the main platforms. But also what I mean with opportunity is, for example, in the context of Brazil and so on, if big companies provide data plans and so on, how disinformation actors actually abuse these new opportunities that are given through kind of like big tech platforms. What do I mean? What we might see more in the future is, I think that there will be an increased attack on institutions of trust. Like we have here colleagues from the EU Disinfo Lab present, and they have, for example, published or have revealed this doppelganger affair, where there was like an emulation of either highbrow or tabloid newspaper to such an extent that it was difficult to distinguish between original and fake. And we've seen in other contexts the buying of election polls, etc. So like I think we will see like increased attack on institutions of trust and undermining these institutions. And something that we've already seen, and I can refer back again is to some of the speakers before, is this blurring between foreign and domestic. So if we, for example, go in the Italian elections, what we've seen is that on the one hand, we clearly see a mark of foreign influence operations, but often going through domestic sources, making it hard to distinguish, like what is foreign, what is the domestic, who's the speaker of these who's the source behind it, and who's the original author of specific disinformation content. For those who are interested, I'm pitching here, of course, a little bit also our content. Me and my colleagues have written about these and other aspects in our first biannual report, and also for those people watching online, via the QR code, you can directly go to the report. While I've said that tactical innovations might be the most quick moving or the most maybe exciting elements to study right now, we of course see the tremendous risk of specific tools becoming effective elements of disinformation campaigns. And when it comes to synthetic media, in particular, tools like text-to-image generators, like I think we've talked about them already several times today. I think several speakers have also mentioned already that so far they are not a real threat. This has several elements why they are not. This is on the one hand the high adoption cost in implementing them into kind of like a pipeline is currently still quite cumbersome. There's still by some of the model providers some limitations on what you can do with them. But we see already follow-up models being developed that will make these that will lower these entry barriers. Same way, of course, the output is yet not convincing enough in order to be used in mass disinformation campaigns, and the cost-benefit calculation for many disinformation actors, hence, is that using cheap fakes, etc., is still more conducive than trying to use these more advanced technologies. But we think that this cost-benefit calculation can shift relatively quickly when we see more high-quality content coming out of these models, and with the constant lowering of the entry cost, I think the future will be one in which these technologies will be implemented into fully automated pipelines, and the greatest risk that we're seeing here is ways of combining different forms of synthetic content. So we can imagine, like, you know, Michael has talked about text prediction and text generators, and the future can look something like combining text generators and producing fitting artificial images that underpin certain kind of narratives. So I think this is it's a scary future in a way, we can think of all kinds of scenarios where such technologies will be used, in particular imitating or emulating political figures and undermining the political discourse by this. And even where we don't see yet, or where it's not even intended for the purpose of disinformation, we already see that these technologies are suffering from the biases of the models that they're trained with, so that they're already starting to kind of like underpin certain kind of stereotypes and misideas that we currently hold. Again, for those that are interested in our research, please have a look at our report that we've written on concerning this. I will go to also the narratives, but narratives or content, or how it has been called today, is of course very difficult to map in a way, because it is very context specific, and often you need to have a lot of local knowledge in order to understand the specific narratives. But we wanted to pick out one narrative or one story that was particularly important to us, and this is the element of gendered disinformation, simply because in all the contexts that we studied it, we found traces of this, and it has been one of the most prevalent discourse. And on top of it, it has been one of the discourse that has actually the same patterns in no matter what context you look. It's always the same kind of narratives trying to depict women as incompetent, as trying to attach certain sexual explicit narratives, etc. So we see always the same patterns used no matter what context we are looking into. And it is also one where this argument that I made, that this prevalence of like deep fakes, shallow fakes, maybe, but rather like low-tech solutions are heavily used. And it is hard to make, of course, prediction about the future of discourses, in particular because the narratives seem to be quite stable. Like, I mean, we've already made this comment several times now throughout the day that some of the narratives are probably the same for several hundred years. But there will be certain trends how the narratives will benefit from innovations in the tools and the tactics. Like, on the one hand, of course, by being quicker in collecting data, analyzing data, and using machine learning models to make certain predictions, disinformation actors will be more advanced in kind of like testing specific discourses and trying to figure out what works in a specific context, like taking into account that disinformation narratives are highly context dependent and always depend on resonance in a particular context. And the other thing is that what we might already see to a certain extent is this micro-targeting of specific groups, that they try to break societies apart and try to find this one group that they can target the best with a specific narrative. So those might be some of the trends that we will see in the future. For especially narratives of gender disinformation, I would also direct you to our studies on the German federal election. It's a meta-study where we work together with a couple of other organizations trying to analyze research of the main insights that we made during this election. And of course, in the 22 federal German election, gender disinformation played a major role. Everything that I've said so far is quite gloomy. I mean, it's a lot of bad news, but there is maybe a shimmer of hope on the horizon. In the last part of this project, we've actually redirected our focus a little bit away from emerging threats and emerging the problems of disinformation, on looking a little bit to the solution side. So we've done this through various case studies, focusing on various countries on the national level, and we've tried to see what are countries doing in order to fight these activities, and what can we learn from this. And the good news is that the same way that we found like a wide variety of efforts made by countries or by certain actors to attack or to use disinformation, we've also found a wide variety of efforts to fight disinformation. You know, whether those are certain efforts to increase digital literacy, whether these is efforts of pre-bunking, debunking. We found really a broad array. And we drew certain kind of lessons that might have to be taken with some form of cautions, because it's early to tell. But I think that you see already that countries that do kind of like an early investment, like even in childhood education, thinking of maybe Finland and Sweden, that they are quite successful in trying to make or prepare their societies for a certain degree of resilience against disinformation. To the same way, and this is maybe also something that Thiago has talked about, that when states provide certain solutions, citizens are often quite quick to adopt these. You know, if you give them a tool, they are willing to integrate them into their daily life, and this way actually becoming active anti-disinformation agents in a way. And also what we've seen is kind of like if we look at countries where there's a diverse alliance of several actors, whether it's civil society, the state, and companies working together, then you also find this diversity of solutions that they're coming up with. You will see more of this research coming up soon. On the 15th of December, we will publish our second biannual report, and there you can read more about these case studies coming from all over the world, with like Brazil, Taiwan, Kenya, Finland, and Sweden. So, but actually, one final insight that I left out was that what we haven't seen so much in the fight against disinformation is the use of automation. So while disinformation actors actually heavily rely on automated processes, the fight against disinformation is often not as automated in this approach. And this is where we want to come in with an own solution. And this is also why this day is a little bit special for us, because we can actually launch here today DRI's own solution to fight disinformation, and that is our threat registry. So DRI for the last year has been working on an automated early detection mechanism for tools and tactics of disinformation. So we had the aim to kind of like identify specific technologies in their early stage of development. Because often what we see is kind of like technologies are only recognized as disinformation technologies once they're already kind of heavily implemented and when they're already wide in circulation. And so we try to build kind of like a tool that could maybe guide or direct us towards these technologies before they even kind of like in wide circulation or widely used for disinformation. And in order to do so, we relied on kind of like the knowledge of machine learning and social media monitoring that we have in our team. And we tried to set it out in such a way that an auto detection mechanism could be combined with qualitative research. Maybe to say what we wanted to do and what we didn't want to do, of course it is very difficult to build like this crystal ball where you can see the future and see a technology that nobody could have foreseen. I think if we had been capable to do this, we would probably sit in a basement of Goldman Sachs. But we wanted to see kind of like this incremental changes, because I think with a lot of technologies, you see them starting out as maybe a general technology for some public purpose or private purpose, and then reaching this tipping point where they're integrated into kind of like disinformation purposes. And we wanted to spot these early on in order to warn the public about it and to go deeper with our research into these directions. And in order to do so, we faced three challenges. Like the first thing is we needed to find data sources from which we could collect data. So we built various data scrapers with which we collect data from academic resources, from industry papers, from policy papers, and we collect them in a big text corpus. The next challenge that we had to see is kind of like, even if we collect data about technologies, of course we always need to distinguish between those that might be relevant for disinformation and those that are used for other purposes, so self-driving cars, etc. And in order to do this, we built a first machine learning model that was trained based on a sample of 1,000 cases of technologies that might be relevant to us to recognize and distinguish them from other technologies. The last thing was that, of course, we are not interested in technologies that are already widely discussed, but we want to spot these that might have an element of innovation. So we needed to see those that are particularly new. And we did this by using another machine learning model that has the capacity of detecting outliers within a specific body of data. And in order to give you a feeling how this might look like, or how this actually looks like, because you can actually find it already on our webpage, disinforadar.com, sorry. So you see here basically one of the data analytical tools that we built. This is our text outlier map. And this shows basically the placing of text in specific clusters. A cluster could be, for example, a specific technology. So maybe one of these clusters describes text-to-image generation. And then you see these outlier points. These are texts that have some novel information that doesn't seem to cluster them into the body of the other text. And these are maybe the data points that we might want to look at because they hold some form of relevant information that we haven't seen yet. A different data analytical tool that we built is this text uniqueness tracker. So every day our algorithm goes through texts that we are collecting and tries to find the most unique texts and ranks them. And these are texts that we might want to look at because they might be a technology that we might be interested in. And I think you see here also that it is about speech data in new models concerning speech data. And the thing is that, again, this is not a technology that right now is used for disinformation purposes, but it's exactly about this purpose of recognizing such technologies in their early stage of development before they are in the cycle of disinformation. So I will leave it here also to leave room for Q&A, and I would ask the rest of the research team to come up here because maybe some questions are also directed in their way. Thank you. Okay. So maybe we start with questions from the room. Oh yeah, actually.
Thank you so much for your presentation. What do you mean by pre-bunking? Like, I am really interested in the pre-phase of content before it enters in the disinformation cycle.
Okay. When we talk about pre-bunking, we mean kind of like exposing disinformation patterns before they have been used. So I mean, like an important element, for example, was in the context of the war in Ukraine, how the Americans said, look, these are kind of the patterns that the Russian might use for, you know, in the run-up to the war, in order to prepare societies to recognize these patterns before they're actually in implementation. Is there another question from the room?
Is Outlier an open source technology? How we can use the tools that you built?
Yeah, so this is maybe also a very good question that you're asking. Who's this tool for? So I don't think it's a tool for the general public. Like, you know, you can't just go there and be like, okay, we will tell you what is the next big thing in disinformation, and you can just, you know, go on this website and use it this way. It lives from this interaction with an expert. That's why I said, like, it's a tool that, you know, qualitative research and this kind of quantitative research needs to go together. An expert might, you know, see, okay, this is an outlier, this is a new technology that we haven't seen, but the evaluation whether this has like high disinformation potential, that actually takes place with the expert then. So it's not kind of like a general public tool, but it's a tool where experts can maybe learn from and kind of like early on spot certain trends. Thiago, maybe?
Congratulations for the presentation. I have a question about if you have some map about social impacts about disinformation, like, for example, in Brazil, we have more people and movements that don't believe in vaccine, for example, anti-vax movements. We have people doesn't believe in democracy and don't believe more in go to the voters. Do you have something like that in your study, like this?
Yeah, I mean, I think the research team can also add to the point, but I think we do look at the impact of social media on different contexts and on, I don't think we have something specific on anti-vaccination or the impact on voting specifically, but we do see, for example, in other reports, I think for the German election, for example, we looked at how hate speech online was impacting, you know, the candidacies of female politicians, for example, that we see and that we observed. But do we have any?
Well, we studied kind of like discourses in isolation, no? Like
Yeah.
we didn't have kind of like so much an impact study. We didn't try to trace kind of like how did a specific discourse maybe, you know, have an impact on a particular election, etc. We were more kind of like in this mindset of mapping what are the main discourses, try to see are there specific trends of discourses maybe that can be grouped together, what are the traits of these discourses and so on. And you will find, for example, specifically to your question of like anti-vax discourses, in, for example, our first biennial report, we have a big section on this, but it's more about trying to uncover the key traits of such a discourse. You know, what are the messages? Why does it work so well? You know, and maybe to what other discourse can it be linked? You know, so Sana.
Thank you so much for all the reports and your fantastic research. My question is about text uniqueness tracker. So how have you trained the algorithm to locate the uniqueness, and which languages have you covered in this project?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Sahana. We, of course, in this project, we focus only on English text. This is maybe kind of like the first phase where we only take one language community, because that is actually a key challenge. And as you know, kind of like working with text data from multiple language families is particularly difficult. So we try to focus on one language family, English, as maybe the most dominant one in terms of technology literature, and the outlier detection is something where we relied on a model, on the algorithm of a model that kind of where the model makes a decision what is an outlier and what's not. And it's a bit kind of a black box to us. That is, I mean, generally the problem, I think, with machine learning algorithms, that you don't exactly know when it decides something is an outlier. And again, here comes in this kind of like interaction between researcher and model, that, you know, an outlier can be also for other purposes. There might be new information, a new style of writing, a new use of words that is entirely detached from novel technology. But it's kind of like, it could potentially be a new model that or a new technology that we might have to look at. So we are aware of those limitations, that it's a novelty tracker, but probably a more general novelty tracker, but it has the capacity to maybe direct us in the right way. Yes, Annie?
Thank you for sharing all of this. I'm also interested in learning about your algorithm. I think at this point you could even call it a web crawler. And like, do you go through a news feed of different news agencies? Do you go through social media? How your web crawler crawls around the web?
Yeah. So, I mean, we need to maybe differentiate between a bit like web crawling and web scraping. So we do a more targeted approach, that we kind of like, we have identified a couple sources of interest to us, and we go on a daily basis kind of like in specific sections, sometimes only of this. So for example, we scrape archive, like as one of the biggest open academic sources, and we are in a specific technological section of this archive. And then after we collect this data, it is kind of like evaluated through our machine learning model in order to say, like, is this relevant to us or not? So those are the first steps of thing. Web crawling would be maybe a broader approach of kind of like just going throughout the web and trying to get as much information that is maybe not very purpose specific, or it's not very for our purpose. I might actually take a question also from the online audience. I've seen here from Julius Eder from YouTube asking, what are the X and the Y axis in the graph that I showed to you? Yeah, this is actually a very good question. We were even like thinking about dropping the X and Y the Y axis as a tool, because it is actually more for visualization purposes, then it's actually something that is easy to understand to the user. It is kind of like, what you do with kind of like language models, you try to place them into a space. The problem is the space can have like something like 518 dimensions that of course none of us can imagine. I mean, we can't have to go be more than 4. And this graph is kind of like a simplification to show locations in a space. This is we have to see it a little bit as an abstraction, as a simplification, and that's why this location doesn't mean much, the x and y axis on this graph, but it is for the observer to have a grasp of what this could mean. It in simple terms just means proximity of specific data points in order for you to show that certain texts are closer to each other than others, in simple terms. I think, is there another question from... Yeah, I think then.
We're running out of time. Yeah. Thank you so much. Jan-Nicola Bayer, supported by Lena Marie and Beatrice. Did you actually already look into text to video as well? Because that's coming up now. Yeah. It's not publicly released by Google, but there is something. Well, I have a publication for this as well. Yes, yeah. You do. Yeah. How can I get this publication? It will be out in a couple of weeks. In a couple of weeks. Yes. Getting back to you. Okay. That topic. Thank you. Now, we were already talking about regulation today. The big R is coming up right now because emerging and disruptive technologies, they need agile and responsible regulation. And for that, she entered the stage this morning already. I ask Heather Danielle Thompson on stage to lead our next panel discussion.
Well, thank you so much, Claudia. Thank you to all the presenters so far. I'm really blown away by the depth of conversation. We're going to pivot a little bit now, not only in format, we're going to switch to the panel format, but also on topic. Instead of problems, we will look forward to solutions. Of course, the biggest one coming up that we are all anticipating is the impact of the DSA. I'm very excited to offer you a very multi-stakeholder panel with people representing civil society, journalism, and industry. So if I could welcome to the stage our panelists, that would be Rita Yoshuait, Marta Periano, and Dr. Guido Brinkel. Okay, thank you so much for joining us. I'll give a brief introduction to each panelist in the form of a sort of lightning round question, and I would remind the audience again that if you have questions, please submit them, and I'll read them out loud at the end. So we'll get started with Rita. Thank you so much for joining us, and you look stunning, by the way, in that blazer. Rita joins us from the Brussels-based NGO DisinfoLab. You may have heard of them. They're very active in combating disinformation in the EU and its member states. Rita works as an advocacy coordinator for EU DisinfoLab, and I wonder if you can set the scene for us a little bit. Many of us are familiar with the DSA, but as you can see, we're a global audience. Maybe not everybody is familiar with it. Can you tell us, what does the DSA do? What does it aim to do? And how well suited, in your opinion, is it to tackle disinformation?
Works? Great. How much time do I have?
What?
There is a lot to say. Indeed, first of all, thank you very much for inviting. Indeed, the conversation so far were very insightful, very interesting, and we are happy to bring in the DSA perspective. So indeed, for the people who might not be extremely well familiar with the DSA, the Digital Services Act is a landmark legislation when it comes to platform accountability and online safety. Many of you probably heard, especially in the media, how many different obligations there will be on some of the biggest players that you know, such as Twitter, Instagram, WhatsApp, Google, so-called very large online platforms, but also very large search engines. But it actually will have a lot of impact on all online services as such and online platforms. So the big question, how impactful it's going to be when it comes to the fighting disinformation. We had this conversation a couple of weeks ago in our annual conference, also talking to our community, saying, look, the DSA might not be perfect. There are things that we need to see how it's actually going to be implemented, but there are very good tools in it. And I'll try to go briefly through some of the key ones that we have been focusing on. So first and foremost, the internal complaint handling system that has been introduced in the DSA that will essentially allow a user to complain for the cases when content was not only over-moderated, but under-moderated as well. And here for the fight against disinformation, this is very important because many of us working in this field noticed that, when we are flagging content to platforms, somehow nothing is being done, and there is no way to address that. So essentially here, the sort of no reply button that often happens from the platforms would be fixed. And in case a user is not happy with the outcome of that process, there is another tool that has been introduced in the DSA, so-called out-of-court dispute settlement body. This is also very important for disinformation, for the fight against disinformation, because in many countries, disinformation is not illegal content, right? So you wouldn't have an opportunity normally to bring your case in front of a court and question the platform's behavior there. So it gives you an additional tool. Some other things that they're also widely discussed in the media, I think, is the fact that very large online platforms and search engines will need to look at systemic risks that their platforms contribute to, including disinformation, and how to address that. We will need to look into algorithms, we will need to look into content moderation practices. Potentially, the newly released second edition of a Code of Practice on Disinformation this summer, becoming a code of conduct, would be contributing to addressing disinformation challenges. What's also important is the sort of unprecedented level of transparency that the DSA is bringing in terms of all the data that's going to be available, how platforms are doing content moderation, what preventative measures they have in place. And here the framework that is still to be developed in terms of access for researchers to platform data, looking specifically in how they tackle these systemic risks, such as disinformation, is very important. And one more specific thing that I wanted to mention that sometimes is forgotten, but it was very important for our community, for our organization, the fact that, DSA provided a robust framework without having a media exemption in, that we fought for quite a long time in the DSA debates. And it was rejected both in the Parliament and in the Council. We are now having different discussions around the Media Freedom Act and worried about that. But the thing when it comes to DSA setting horizontal rules, I think that was a massive win and a positive contribution in a fight against disinformation, not having that in the DSA. Then it comes to the global impact that this could have in the fight against disinformation. There are still a lot of discussions in terms of extraterritorial applicability of the DSA, right? I think research is underway right now in the community, so I think a lot of questions to be answered. But I think here we can really look into the so-called Brussels effect, because you can expect governments and citizens across the world looking at, okay, Europe has these specific rules, platforms are mandated to invest in countering disinformation, why we are not having the same kind of safe space online. So I would count on that being as one of the incentives to have much more of a global impact of the DSA.
Thank you so much, Rita. So I think it's safe to say from civil society, what we're really looking forward from the DSA is more transparency and accountability through these different actions. I would move over to Dr. Guido Brankel now. Thank you so much for joining us. Our brave voice from industry today. He joins us from Microsoft as the head of government and public policy. So Guido, if you don't mind me calling you by your first name, Microsoft is not typically sort of the center of debate in disinformation, but nonetheless, you have been very involved in advocating under the DSA and the Code of Practice. Could you tell us a bit more about where Microsoft comes in, how it's going to be affected, and what you plan to do about it?
Sure. First of all, I wasn't actually aware that I have to be brave sitting here. So Yeah, where to start? I think I totally agree with something that has already been said, that the DSA is a landmark regulatory piece, and it is definitely a manifestation of the Brussels effect, at least in terms of the ambition of the European Commission. I think where it lands in the end practically, that's still to be seen, but there's no doubt that maybe after the GDPR, it's the second large file that really has this ambition to lead by regulation and also creating spillover effects beyond Europe. I think that's clear for every company and every organization affected. I think the public discussion, one thing that very much focuses on the part on very large online platforms, but I think it's interesting to at least keep in mind that basically the DSA is a catch-all regulation. You know, it starts with every intermediary actually. Of course, only baseline obligations on that level. Then you have the hosting services, platforms, and then very large online platforms in a layered approach. But it's good to keep in mind that it is a very horizontal framework in terms of the impact that it will have beyond the players actually that are the center of the discussion. And I also would say, just as a general view on the DSA, it's also a landmark piece in terms of the role of the Commission, not only in legislation, but also in enforcement. Because that's an element that is often not overseen, but it's not that pointed out yet. But from an affected industry organization, it is crucial to understand that the Commission suddenly is an enforcement body, at least for certain obligations, quite a complex construct in terms of how a Commission acts together with enforcement bodies on the member state side and how this relates to the companies affected. But I mean, there are not that many regulatory areas where that has been the case in the past. I mean, competition law is typically one area where you have had this. But that's a landmark shift with lots of questions around it, and I think that there are some concerns on the member state side when discussing Germany in terms of this shift of powers, enforcement power to the Commission. That's going to be very interesting. And then I just want to quickly mention that beyond the DSA, there's also a piece that is relevant in this context, which is also completely new, which is the code of practice on disinformation, where Microsoft is a signatory. Because again, that's a model, a co-regulatory model, basically without any precedents, I'd say, in terms of how binding the obligations are and the enforcement mechanisms as part of a co-regulatory framework. So looking at all this together, it's going to have massive impact. And of course, we at Microsoft, we're working on this and kind of conceptualizing the implementation process. So just to give you an impression what it means for a company like Microsoft, which is, as you rightly pointed out, possibly not in the epicenter of the debate, you know, but of course we have all this type of services, you know, we have intermediary hosting and platforms. Currently, it's about 90 colleagues working on the implementation, and we're basically early on in the process. You know, the talks with the Commission are now starting, like in how to define it and how to break it down in practical terms. We have separate talks, of course, on the member state level, but that's the level of involvement if you implement the things. And actually, from a Microsoft perspective, I think that we are in a relatively good position to digest this mess of regulation coming in, because we already had a digital safety standard and a dedicated digital safety team before. Our own digital safety standard, which was an internal concept, matched, interestingly, some of the categories that you now see in the DSA, but of course not anything. It was not a perfect match, of course. So what we're now doing, basically, and how we approach it, is actually mapping our internal existing standard against the DSA obligations. It is a complicated effort because, like, you're not counting products, but basically features that you then have to map against these standards. But we are starting from a point where many things are already in place. Moderation tools, internal units that are covering the things. And still, it's a lot of work, of course. So, and I think it's a lot of dialogue that you need, because it's very process-oriented. You have to introduce process reporting mechanisms and stuff like that, and you need to clarify many of the obligations together with the Commission and the local regulators. So, yeah, it's good when your role as head of regulatory policy, the DSA is good news, but it's a lot of work.
It sounds like almost welcome regulation to Microsoft. It sounds like you're banking on the Brussels effect to take over a bit and propagate.
Yeah, frankly, I think like from an industry perspective, I think times are over where you would say we fight regulation or stuff. Regulation is a reality, and every company has to deal with it. And frankly, I'd say the tech sector nowadays is at least in horizontal terms, is the most regulated sector at all. So it's a reality we have to accept.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to some aspects of that, but I want to move over to Marta Periano. Thank you for joining us. She is an independent researcher and journalist specializing in the relationship between technology and power. Her publication, Little Red Book of the Network Activist, is a guide for online activists to, among other things, protect their communications and protect them against online attacks. So thank you for joining us. I want to shift a little bit over to your specialty, which is AI and cybersecurity, I believe. How do you see, we've seen today a lot of conversation and work from our team, particularly about things like synthetic media and deepfakes. And at the moment, though we don't see them very popular in disinformation, one could expect that they might become more popular. And I wonder, how do you see the future of AI-powered disinformation? And how do you think the processes and guidelines that Rita outlined will interact with them in a meaningful way?
Hi. Well, thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for the presentation and the questions. And yeah, through the day, there's been a lot of descriptions of where we're heading towards in this regards. But it's been an interesting year when it comes to synthetic media. Like a few years ago, when we could swap any Tom Cruise movie into anyone else's, we immediately got into a frenzy, at least in the media, thinking that we were going to see all this fake, all these deep fakes portraying, I don't know, politicians all over the world doing all sort of crazy things. And what happened was that it was mostly used for non-consensual porn, which is of course a very popular use of synthetic everything these days. And this particular use is very well protected, I guess, in the new legislation. It is explicitly banned to produce a non-consensual porn because it's sexual harassment, etc. What we saw, though, was that in disinformation terms, the videos that were more prone or more successful in terms of infecting users, readers with particular narratives were very subtle manipulations. Like a classic example is Nancy Pelosi's video where she's somehow slurring her words, and this video, this kind of subtle manipulation becomes, of course, cheaper, faster, easier with synthetic media, but also it works well in combination with the kind of distribution patterns that digital platforms are famous for. Meaning that if a subtly set of videos that have been manipulated in this way and to, I don't know, update it a little bit, let's say videos where Vladimir Zelensky looks evil, no? Then it becomes very hard to know who is watching the original ones and who are watching the fake, the slightly manipulated ones. And if they are subtle enough, even for people debating the videos, would be hard to know which one has watched the one. This is a school of disinformation that we saw, I think, particularly well performed during the Brexit campaigns, where we saw dark campaigns using the, let's say, public political campaigns in darker modes, in a slightly more dangerous kind of mode. And so in the last year, we've seen the very astonishingly quick evolution of text to image generative models, which of course, again, involves a whole variety of possibilities. And when it comes to GPT, to DALL-E, Google's Imagen, etc. Especially, we face the possibility of just having algorithms that grab a whole variety of media and manipulate it in subtle ways to plant it in all sorts of digital platforms. So when it comes to regulation, I think it is important to focus in terms of verification. I think, I don't know if Guido will refuse the possibility of that actually being possible, but I think when you produce a methodology that can bring problems into the media ecosystem, you might as well be responsible for producing the methodologies that can identify it. So verification should be definitely in the list. But then the problems of dark campaigns and distribution, amplification, and discrimination of the audience would be the old problems that the DSA is still struggling to find solutions to. So yeah.
Great, thank you. Do either one of you want to respond about verification or labeling?
First of all, I have to say I'm a lawyer, not not an engineer, so excuse in advance for everything wrongly said. But we've just recently published a report, the Microsoft Digital Defense Report, which has a relatively brief chapter on digital media, synthetic media, and how to deal with it. Of course, we have been and are working on techniques to detect synthetic media, but you will read in the report that we are getting increasingly skeptic in terms of whether you can reliably detect like deepfakes and stuff in a model at scale. And our approach has a bit shifted towards other initiatives, and I think we will hear about today about these, like the like content authenticity initiative and things like that, which is more about this concept of media provenance, where you basically sign specific key pieces of content and basically define them as being authentic, giving it as a tool to content creators that want to do this, you know, and then in the whole life cycle, making it possible to see authenticity or even the changes. So that's basically an approach that we are focusing now more. But I mean, agree. I think it's like speaking on this topic at this day with ChatGPT like out there like for 5 or 6 days, and my Twitter feed being full of all the examples. I think we are starting to get an idea of what we're actually talking about, and it's massive.
Thank you. One thing I would like to add, sorry, is we are lucky enough or unlucky enough to share the problem with two other environments or similar cases that would be maybe child abuse imagery, where the government, the European government, plus the platforms, plus the different agencies are definitely collaborating in a multi-stakeholder kind of model to make sure everybody is protected from child abuse imagery. The other one is copyright. And I think it is interesting, for instance, I'm a journalist, so I'm particularly interested in how this affects journalism in general and newspapers in particular. And I think it's interesting that, for instance, in terms of imagery, Shutterwork. What's the name of this company that offers archive imagery? Shutterstock, Jesus. I just came out from COVID. I'm sorry if I'm not making any sense. So Shutterstock has been working with GPT-3 in order to produce a text-to-image model based on its own database, which is a very interesting thing because it fixes, in a way, the copyright problem for Shutterstock. It does not protect the photographers whose work has been used to produce the images. But in a way, you know, it kind of gives a picture of who are the interested partners and who are the losing ones in this particular business. But then Getty, on the other hand, has decided that they are going to ban the use of their own images for this purpose forever. And the reason they give is that they cannot guarantee that the resulting product will be legal, that their clients, that the users would be maybe having legal problems with the new imagery. And so I imagine that that regulators will have to work with a whole variety of key partners, starting with the very concentrated market of text-to-AI model producers. I think there's I don't know, 4 working models at the moment doing this work, so very concentrated market, very easy to somehow negotiate with at the start. Definitely the digital platforms where all this material is distributed in ways that are impossible to monitor from the media or from the justice system, and then definitely producers of databases like every media corporation in the world and every entertainment industry partner in the world.
A quick comment, because you just mentioned something that I think has a very interesting angle at the intersection with the regulation or the legal framework, which is, you mentioned the child abuse topic. And Microsoft has a stake in this with PhotoD, and I think that's common knowledge. But I just wanted to point to a development in Germany that we had 2 years ago, which is a different angle. We had a discussion in Germany that prosecution authorities wanted to have the right to create synthetic child abuse material because that would give them the opportunity to infiltrate the network without actually using pictures of real abuses. And actually, we got the legal change that enabled prosecution authorities to do this. But imagine the discussion. In ethical and moral terms, it's a super difficult thing. Should state authorities basically being able to produce synthetic child abuse materials for that specific purpose? The result was actually that Germany decided to do it because otherwise prosecution authorities would be basically being prevented from infiltrating the networks because the networks require this basically, you know. But that's just to show how difficult the legal and ethical questions are in that context.
Thank you so much. I actually will already move us over to the question and answer period. I know it's a short time for discussion, but I'm already getting so many questions from online. So I'll start with one question online, and if you have one in the audience, okay, great. All right, let's go over to Rita first. This question comes from actually one of our colleagues, Amira. She says, I want to point out how pivotal it is to set regulations on non-English content. Are there any initiatives from, this is for Guido, from tech companies for that, especially for those that are EU focused? Do you know of any initiatives for non-English content regulation?
Well, I'm not 100% sure whether I got the question correct. I think that the regulations that are now in place are not language specific. You know, I mean, the DSA is agnostic in terms of language, and that's also true for, of course, all the national regulations that have been in place. So, not 100% sure whether I got it correct, but do you have an idea whether?
No. You're right in that sense. I think maybe it's rather a question what we have heard in terms of the problems that are in different markets, non-English speaking markets. And you know, the DSA is addressing it to an extent. There are specific obligations for platforms to provide services appeals mechanisms, et cetera, in different official EU languages. In the code of practice on disinformation, and you would probably know it even better than I do, given that visa obligations are signed up, I guess. There are also specific aspects linked to ensuring, different languages are covered. And that's the effort that platforms need to do.
Do more.
That
okay,
was
super.
the angle of a question.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Let's already move to the audience. I see the gentleman back here.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. I have a very concrete question. So when you read DSA, it's very vague. It's a legal language and so on. So let's consider a real use case. I'm a company, and let's say I'm a vaccine company, and there is a new virus, and there is disinformation spreading about that my vaccine doesn't work, even though it's approved by all the authorities, or something like that. Previously, what I can do, almost nothing. What will change with DSA? How I can actually protect my rights to do not spread disinformation, to protect my stock, and so on.
So I can maybe start on that. So some of the specific tools that I mentioned, you could invoke those as a user, but then also you could go to your national regulator if you see that disinformation specifically spreads on these platforms and nothing is being done at a large scale. You could go to your national regulator and say the platform is infringing its obligations. And then, depending if it's a very large online platform or search engine or a smaller platform, either your national regulator or the commission would be taking care of it. The thing is, indeed, it's always the question how it's being enforced, right? So you need to make sure that the regulators, again, national regulators and the commission are equipped, that they have capacity, that they have knowledge, and would be able to take action when it needs to be done. But in theory, yes, the DSA is giving you very concrete tools to address such situations. We will need to see how it's going to be working in practice, also how long such a process would take, because the companies have a right to appeal to the decisions. So.
Thank you, Rita. I'm going to take another question from online. This is from Julius Andart. I'm going to paraphrase a bit, but essentially, what does the DSA mean to Twitter? Of course, we've seen so many changes there recently. How will it operate in the EU once the DSA is enforceable? Guido, would you like to start?
I should. What it means for Twitter, that's a bit difficult to answer from a competitor's perspective, frankly. So I would refrain to speak for Twitter. I think I outlined what every company that is affected has to do, which is first and foremost is a mapping effort at this stage to see what you have already done. Because, and that's true for Twitter, at least so far I can speak, Twitter is, of course, already, as many other companies, subject to local regulations, and that's a bit of a specific thing with the DSA, that it is not the first piece of content regulation that has actually emerged from Europe, but you had, of course, similar regulations, at least in some member states. So, like when it comes to moderation obligations, stuff like that, that's already there, but you have to ramp it up, of course, and that's also true for the code of practice. But I cannot say what Twitter exactly would.
Of course. Do you want to throw in, Rita?
Well, in principle, if it wants to operate in the EU market, it has to comply with the requirements in the DSA and the code of practice that it signed up to. Yeah. In worst case scenario for Twitter, it might not be able to provide services if it's found that it's infringing its obligations.
I mean, one thing that I can definitely say is, like, under the code of practice, it very much starts now at this stage, for example, with reporting. All the signatories have really, really detailed reporting obligations under the code of practice. I've mentioned it before, that is part of the enforcement regime, which is very, very new in that detailed manner. And yeah, we're all working on this, and the reporting starts, I think, in January. So we're working on the reports actually at this time.
Can I just comment on that? us from the civil society perspective, I must say so far, a bit skeptical until it becomes really co-regulatory mechanism, because until the code of practice becomes the code of conduct, it's still a voluntary mechanism. So essentially, even if reports come out showing really bad things, there is nothing to enforce a voluntary mechanism. So we will need to see how it actually will work later on when DSA starts being applicable, and when platforms say that, okay, the code of practice on disinformation, the conduct under the DSA is my risk mitigation measure. And for that, we still need to wait, because it's also not obligatory for platforms to choose this as a risk mitigation measure. Probably it makes sense, but we will need to see what actually happens.
May I quickly build on this? I think that is a very good point, because it describes an ideal case of an interplay between, like, let's say, co-regulatory model and actual hard regulation. You have always two ways to basically implement things or make sure that they are implemented. You can enforce it, that's basically the formal part, or you can create incentives for companies to do it. And I think the risk mitigation model under the DSA, read together with the code of practice and the way it's going to be applied, could be an example for an incentive-based model. Because if the Commission and the national regulators accept that if you're fulfilling your obligations under the code of practice, you have basically somehow a proof of risk mitigation measures under the DSA. That was, of course, give the code of practice a massive push in terms of how it's going to be implemented and accepted on the company side. So I think that it's important to see the interplay and to foster this,
Great.
And also the shortcomings that might be going with that.
I'm loving the back and forth. I don't want to neglect the audience, so from Daniel here.
Hi, my name is Daniel. Thank you so much for this panel. It's been very, very interesting indeed. I have a question concerning a very specific part of the DSA, which I personally think is very important and which has been introduced on very short notice and that I have only found little detail of. Specifically, I want to talk about the crisis response mechanism. What are your thoughts on that? It seems to be a paragraph that is way less detailed than, for example, the trusted reporters obligations or the out-of-court settlement agreements. So I'm wondering, how do you assess that? Do you see it critically? Do you agree? And on top of that, the EU has been already handling a crisis of its own now with Ukraine since the beginning of the year. Do you think the handlings of that crisis are a good blueprint for something like that? Or do you think that maybe wasn't the best handling of the process? So basically, how do you assess the crisis response mechanism in the DSA? Thanks.
Yeah, I can start commenting on it. Indeed, it was a very last-minute thing that came into trilogue negotiations. Quite a surprise for everybody, and seemed very much more political move than anything else. I must say that the version in the DSA is much better from the initial draft that we have seen in terms of safeguards that we put in place. But I would not necessarily go and comment whether it's the most useful tool that has been introduced in terms of fighting disinformation.
I have to admit that I'm not an expert of this specific laws, but I can maybe expand a bit on like what you just mentioned with the Ukraine and how we have approached. And I think it's also a bit of an example of something that I would say generally should be kept in mind. I think that regulation is needed and necessary in that area, but in the end, it's not going to be sufficient to solve any problem, I think. And what we have done in the context of the Ukraine crisis, and you find it online, it's all public, is we have constantly published reports on our findings. Microsoft has a very large cybersecurity workforce. We have like 8,500 people working actually in the security department, tracking national threat actors, tracking disinformation specifically after we have acquired a company called Maburo and stuff like that. So what we are doing is we share information and intel that we have publicly, make it available, give context to it. And beyond that public space, we also share intel with government entities, by the way. And we have done this intensively in the Ukraine, but also, for example, in Germany with the BSI. That's something which is not regulated. It's not something that is triggered by regulation, but it's something that we do additionally, and it's going to be definitely necessary as an additional layer.
Thank you. I'm going to take a question from online. This is to Marta from Sebastian. Do you foresee a reduction in the volume of disinformation thanks to the DSA and its Brussels effect around the world? Does the DSA address the root cause of disinformation, in your opinion?
Well, the numbers from agencies dedicated to observe say that reporting of disinformation has been going down from the platforms in the last 2 years, which is interesting considering that the disinformation regarding, for instance, health data about the pandemic has been massive. So it is very difficult without the access, the specific access to the data inside the digital platforms to make an observation about whether or not the DSA has the potential to affect the numbers. I think, and I'm pretty sure my colleagues here will agree that that European regulators are overwhelmed with this kind of observation, and they're ill-equipped to actually do the observation itself. They are lacking resources and personnel and access to do this. So I cannot answer that question.
Okay, fair enough. Questions from the audience, Wafa?
Yeah, I would like to know more about how DSA will affect the rest of the world, not just Europe, like how this can be implemented or taken as a framework in Africa, for example. We talked about this a little bit, Heather. Like outside of the European context, how you see the impact of DSA on the global disinformation ecosystem?
So maybe it links to what I mentioned at first. Again, DSA is meant to cover the rights of people that are either established in VU or located in VU, which also means, people that are, passing by, for example. But it really doesn't seem to have a direct application outside of VU. So that's pretty clear. Again, there is some research being done in that area, but it really will be rather an inspirational tool to the governments and citizens across the world. And again, I think it will make sense for platforms because they need to adjust their systems to comply with the European regulation to follow suit in other places where we provide services. But that will obviously depend on the pressure and push from the society and the governments themselves. And I think here also the role of civil society will be very important, also making sure that the sort of replicas of DSA that would be coming would actually hit the right buttons, because we have seen a lot of initiatives across the globe to counter, for example, disinformation, and not all of them are, human rights friendly, right? So I think there the role of civil society will be key, and the support for civil society as well will be key, both in Europe for civil society to be able to play this watchdog role, but also in other parts of the world.
Thank you, Rita. I think that's a tricky question. We all hope for sort of a trickle-down effect, but in the end, the DSA can only regulate the EU, so. I think we have time for one more question from online. This is a bit, if I understand it, a jurisdictional question from Rula Zayid off YouTube. Which law or which country's law would be applied in the event of damage caused by disinformation on the internet? Is it where it occurs or where the country is incorporated in the EU?
Excellent question.
Or do we not know yet? Yeah. Maybe you have the answer, Michael.
When if it's related to DSA, then only European members can impose sanctions over actors in European land? I would say in theory, no? Looking at Gita.
Yeah, but this is a tricky question. I think maybe one thing to mention, at least to our understanding and reading of the DSA, when it comes to disinformation, because it's not illegal content, I think claiming damages is not, there is no specific mechanism in there. What will happen, the platforms, yes, they could be fined for infringing their commitments to link to that, but not specific damages for users based on, on disinformation harm, which maybe is, one of the things that needs to be considered for the future. But, there are a lot of tricky elements there.
I think it's tricky. From my understanding, the DSA is really separate from the liability, right? It's about duty of care and not so much about what happens with the damages, which might be a separate issue. Guido?
Yeah, I see it similarly. So as the DSA does not actually contains damage or liability provisions, at least not in that context, it would be national law, and damage for this type of like infringements is even under national law, for example, German law, a very complicated thing. So, but I think the core answer is that it's not something that the DSA actually regulates. So.
Yeah, exactly. Great, thank you. Well, it's my pleasure to end us on time. Thank you so much to all of our panelists, and back over to you, Claudia.
Thank you for this very inspiring, interesting panel discussion. Thank you, Heather, for leading this discussion here on stage. I don't know who's up for a lunch break in here. No, you want to continue? Okay, then it's your turn now for the next 1.5 hours. Michael will have a special presentation. You can follow or not. No, we're going to take a lunch break right now. For all of you joining us online, we're going to be back at 2:30, 2:30, with going on with our agenda. We have great stuff to experience still and to discuss. So don't miss out on that. 2:30. For all of you, enjoy lunch out there. We have food, we have drinks, and please use the time to network. See you back here at 2:30. Thank you.
The new generation, what we call millennials, or even the younger generation, Gen Z, Gen X, have a totally different understanding of the world. And we cannot appeal to them if we use the same old traditional and conventional means that many NGOs are still following. We really have to understand what makes them relate to something, how they care for causes, and they do care for many global causes, but we have also to speak their language. And this is why in Lebanon we have launched an online political talk show that really brings to the table emerging thought leaders, figures with whom the youth identifies, who have a strong political and activism discourse that is in support of democracy and democratic principles.
DRI has actually, for more than 10 years, been very actively promoting democracy and democratic principle, rule of law. And I think the importance of the work that it has done, it's been exactly that it has been very focused on its work. It has not going all the ways, but it has been focusing on democracy issues. And unfortunately, I have to say that today this kind of work is even more needed than perhaps sometime earlier, because there are more and more questions which have been raised about democracy. And one of the things which also makes it different, it's at the same time, it's a think tank, but also an operational actor. And it can combine these both to its advantage when it goes to work in the field.
The main success DRI did over the past year was really the administrative campaign. This was a new topic in Tunisia, was never done by any other stakeholders, to try and reach the citizen. It happens several times that citizens can be targeted by decision from local authorities. So going into these fields and filling the gap that was not done in Tunisia is really a success that DRI stands for, and we are really proud with all our partners to reach the level of results. Field activities with interaction with citizens, but also a digital campaign, and also through traditional medias. We reached nearly 1 million people over the last year, so that's a really great success. And even people were demanding more activity to learn because it was a new topic to them. There was in Sfax Governorate a student who was banned from passing his exams because he was missing classes for nearly 15 days. So the headmasters impeded him to pass these exams. Thanks to our partners on the ground, the student filed a complaint to the Administrative Justice Court, and within 15 days he was granted the right to pass his baccalaureate, and he eventually succeeded.
I think the main achievement is the adoption of the new public procurement law. DRI really did the legal drafting of this law in consultation with Parliament, the Ministry of Finance, and all other stakeholders, the international community. And we developed implementation decrees and bylaws for the new institutions emerging that were created by this new law, to operationalize it, to give the implementing mechanisms to allow for all public administration and at the central and local levels to really provide public services in all transparency by ensuring value for money, by keeping the needs of the citizens on the top of their priorities. Looking back, DRI really directly contributed to the adoption of this law and to its operationalization. The new generation, what we call millennials, or even the younger generation, Gen Z, Gen X, have a totally different understanding of the world, and we cannot appeal to them if we use the same old traditional and conventional means that many NGOs are still following. We really have to understand what makes them relate to something, how they care for causes, and they do care for many global causes, but we have also to speak their language. And this is why in Lebanon we have launched an online political talk show that really brings to the table emerging thought leaders, figures with whom the youth identifies, who have a strong political and activism discourse that is in support of democracy and democratic principles.
DRI has actually, for more than 10 years, been very actively promoting democracy and democratic principle, rule of law. And I think the importance of the work that it has done, it's been exactly that it has been very focused on its work. It has not going all the ways, but it has been focusing on democracy issues. And unfortunately, I have to say that today this kind of work is even more needed than perhaps sometime earlier, because there are more and more questions which have been raised about democracy. And one of the things which also makes it different, it's at the same time, it's a think tank, but also an operational actor. And it can combine these both to its advantage when it goes to work in the field.
The main success DRI did over the past year was really the administrative campaign. This was a new topic in Tunisia. It was never done by any other stakeholders. to try and reach the citizen. It happens several times that citizens can be targeted by decision from local authorities. So going into these fields and filling the gap that was not done in Tunisia is really a success that DRI stands for, and we are really proud with all our partners to reach the level of results. Field activities with interaction with citizens, but also a digital campaign, and also through traditional medias. We reached nearly 1 million people over the last year, so that's a really great success. And even people were demanding more activity to learn because it was a new topic to them. There was in Sfax Governorate a student who was banned from passing his exams because he was missing classes for nearly 15 days. So the headmasters impeded him to pass these exams. Thanks to our partners on the ground, the student filed a complaint to the Administrative Justice Court, and within 15 days he was granted the right to pass his baccalaureate, and he eventually succeeded.
I think the main achievement is the adoption of the new public procurement law. DRI really did the legal drafting of this law in consultation with Parliament, the Ministry of Finance, and all other stakeholders, the international community. And we developed implementation decrees and bylaws for the new institutions emerging that were created by this new law, to operationalize it, to give the implementing mechanisms to allow for all public administration and at the central and local levels to really provide public services in all transparency by ensuring value for money, by keeping the needs of the citizens on the top of their priorities. Looking back, DRI really directly contributed to the adoption of this law and to its operationalization. The new generation, what we call millennials, or even the younger generation, Gen Z, Gen X, have a totally different understanding of the world. And we cannot appeal to them if we use the same old traditional and conventional means that many NGOs are still following. We really have to understand what makes them relate to something, how they care for causes, and they do care for many global causes, but we have also to speak their language. And this is why in Lebanon we have launched an online political talk show that really brings to the table emerging thought leaders, figures with whom the youth identifies, who have a strong political and activism discourse that is in support of democracy and democratic principles.
DRI has actually, for more than 10 years, been very actively promoting democracy and democratic principle, rule of law. And I think the importance of the work that it has done, it's been exactly that it has been very focused on its work. It has not going all the ways, but it has been focusing on democracy issues. And unfortunately, I have to say that today this kind of work is even more needed than perhaps sometime earlier, because there are more and more questions which have been raised about democracy. And one of the things which also makes it different, it's at the same time, it's a think tank, but also an operational actor. And it can combine these both to its advantage when it goes to work in the field.
The main success DRI did over the past year was really the administrative campaign. This was a new topic in Tunisia. It was never done by any other stakeholders to try and reach the citizen. It happens several times that citizens can be targeted by decision from local authorities. So going into these fields and filling the gap that was not done in Tunisia is really a success that DRI stands for, and we are really proud with all our partners to reach the level of results. Field activities with interaction with citizens, but also a digital campaign, and also through traditional medias. We reached nearly 1 million people over the last year, so that's a really great success. And even people were demanding more activity to learn because it was a new topic to them. There was in Sfax Governorate a student who was banned from passing his exams because he was missing classes for nearly 15 days. So the headmasters impeded him to pass these exams. Thanks to our partners on the ground, the student filed a complaint to the Administrative Justice Court, and within 15 days he was granted the right to pass his baccalaureate, and he eventually succeeded.
I think the main achievement is the adoption of the new public procurement law. DRI really did the legal drafting of this law in consultation with Parliament, the Ministry of Finance, and all other stakeholders, the international community. And we developed implementation decrees and bylaws for the new institutions emerging that were created by this new law, to operationalize it, to give the implementing mechanisms to allow for all public administration and at the central and local levels to really provide public services in all transparency by ensuring value for money, by keeping the needs of the citizens on the top of their priorities. Looking back, DRI really directly contributed to the adoption of this law and to its operationalization. The new generation, what we call millennials, or even the younger generation, Gen Z, Gen X, have a totally different understanding of the world, and we cannot appeal to them if we use the same old traditional and conventional means that many NGOs are still following. We really have to understand what makes them relate to something, how they care for causes, and they do care for many global causes, but we have also to speak their language. And this is why in Lebanon we have launched an online political talk show that really brings to the table emerging thought leaders, figures with whom the youth identifies, who have a strong political and activism discourse that is in support of democracy and democratic principles.
DRI has actually, for more than 10 years, been very actively promoting democracy and democratic principle, rule of law. And I think the importance of the work that it has done, it's been exactly that it has been very focused on its work. It has not going all the ways, but it has been focusing on democracy issues. And unfortunately, I have to say that today this kind of work is even more needed than perhaps sometime earlier, because there are more and more questions which have been raised about democracy. And one of the things which also makes it different, it's at the same time, it's a think tank, but also an operational actor. And it can combine these both to its advantage when it goes to work in the field.
The main success DRI did over the past year was really the administrative campaign. This was a new topic in Tunisia. It was never done by any other stakeholders to try and reach the citizen. It happens several times that citizens can be targeted by decision from local authorities. So going into these fields and filling the gap that was not done in Tunisia is really a success that DRI stands for, and we are really proud with all our partners to reach the level of results. Field activities with interaction with citizens, but also a digital campaign, and also through traditional medias. We reached nearly 1 million people over the last year, so that's a really great success. And even people were demanding more activity to learn because it was a new topic to them. There was in Sfax Governorate a student who was banned from passing his exams because he was missing classes for nearly 15 days. So the headmasters impeded him to pass these exams. Thanks to our partners on the ground, the student filed a complaint to the Administrative Justice Court, and within 15 days he was granted the right to pass his baccalaureate, and he eventually succeeded.
I think the main achievement is the adoption of the new public procurement law. DRI really did the legal drafting of this law in consultation with Parliament, the Ministry of Finance, and all other stakeholders, the international community. And we developed implementation decrees and bylaws for the new institutions emerging that were created by this new law, to operationalize it, to give the implementing mechanisms, to allow for all public administration and at the central and local levels to really provide public services in all transparency by ensuring value for money, by keeping the needs of the citizens on the top of their priorities. Looking back, DRI really directly contributed to the adoption of this law and to its operationalization. The new generation, what we call millennials, or even the younger generation, Gen Z, Gen X, have a totally different understanding of the world. And we cannot appeal to them if we use the same old traditional and conventional means that many NGOs are still following. We really have to understand what makes them relate to something, how they care for causes, and they do care for many global causes, but we have also to speak their language. And this is why in Lebanon we have launched an online political talk show that really brings to the table emerging thought leaders, figures with whom the youth identifies, who have a strong political and activism discourse that is in support of democracy and democratic principles.
DRI has actually, for more than 10 years, been very actively promoting democracy and democratic principle, rule of law. And I think the importance of the work that it has done, it's been exactly that it has been very focused on its work. It has not going all the ways, but it has been focusing on democracy issues. And unfortunately, I have to say that today this kind of work is even more needed than perhaps sometime earlier, because there are more and more questions which have been raised about democracy. And one of the things which also makes it different, it's at the same time, it's a think tank, but also an operational actor. And it can combine these both to its advantage when it goes to work in the field.
The main success DRI did over the past year was really the administrative campaign. This was a new topic in Tunisia. It was never done by any other stakeholders to try and reach the citizen. It happens several times that citizens can be targeted by decision from local authorities. So going into these fields and filling the gap that was not done in Tunisia is really a success that DRI stands for, and we are really proud with all our partners to reach the level of results. Field activities with interaction with citizens, but also a digital campaign, and also through traditional medias. We reached nearly 1 million people over the last year, so that's a really great success. And even people were demanding more activity to learn because it was a new topic to them. There was in Sfax Governorate a student who was banned from passing his exams because he was missing classes for nearly 15 days. So the headmasters impeded him to pass these exams. Thanks to our partners on the ground, the student filed a complaint to the Administrative Justice Court, and within 15 days he was granted the right to pass his baccalaureate, and he eventually succeeded.
I think the main achievement is the adoption of the new public procurement law. DRI really did the legal drafting of this law in consultation with Parliament, the Ministry of Finance, and all other stakeholders, the international community. And we developed implementation decrees and bylaws for the new institutions emerging that were created by this new law, to operationalize it, to give the implementing mechanisms to allow for all public administration and at the central and local levels to really provide public services in all transparency by ensuring value for money, by keeping the needs of the citizens on the top of their priorities. Looking back, DRI really directly contributed to the adoption of this law and to its operationalization. The new generation, what we call millennials, or even the younger generation, Gen Z, Gen X, have a totally different understanding of the world, and we cannot appeal to them if we use the same old traditional and conventional means that many NGOs are still following. We really have to understand what makes them relate to something, how they care for causes, and they do care for many global causes, but we have also to speak their language. And this is why in Lebanon we have launched an online political talk show that really brings to the table emerging thought leaders, figures with whom the youth identifies, who have a strong political and activism discourse that is in support of democracy and democratic principles.
DRI has actually, for more than 10 years, been very actively promoting democracy and democratic principle, rule of law. And I think the importance of the work that it has done, it's been exactly that it has been very focused on its work. It has not going all the ways, but it has been focusing on democracy issues. And unfortunately, I have to say that today this kind of work is even more needed than perhaps sometime earlier, because there are more and more questions which have been raised about democracy. And one of the things which also makes it different, it's at the same time, it's a think tank, but also an operational actor. And it can combine these both to its advantage when it goes to work in the field.
The main success DRI did over the past year was really the administrative campaign. This was a new topic in Tunisia. It was never done by any other stakeholders to try and reach the citizen. It happens several times that citizens can be targeted by decision from local authorities. So going into these fields and filling the gap that was not done in Tunisia is really a success that DRI stands for, and we are really proud with all our partners to reach the level of results. Field activities with interaction with citizens, but also a digital campaign, and also through traditional medias. We reached nearly 1 million people over the last year, so that's a really great success. And even people were demanding more activity to learn because it was a new topic to them. There was in Sfax Governorate a student who was banned from passing his exams because he was missing classes for nearly 15 days. So the headmasters impeded him to pass these exams. Thanks to our partners on the ground, the student filed a complaint to the Administrative Justice Court, and within 15 days he was granted the right to pass his baccalaureate, and he eventually succeeded.
I think the main achievement is the adoption of the new public procurement law. DRI really did the legal drafting of this law in consultation with Parliament, the Ministry of Finance, and all other stakeholders, the international community. And we developed implementation decrees and bylaws for the new institutions emerging that were created by this new law, to operationalize it, to give the implementing mechanisms to allow for all public administration and at the central and local levels to really provide public services in all transparency by ensuring value for money, by keeping the needs of the citizens on the top of their priorities. Looking back, DRI really directly contributed to the adoption of this law and to its operationalization.
Welcome back to DisinfoCon 2022 here in Berlin and online. You might say that Adobe kind of created the foundation of deep fake, right? But actually, they are fighting disinformation big time. Let's find out more. We heard about the Content Authenticity Initiative already, launched 3 years ago. Let's find out more with Stephanie Valdes-Scott. She's the EMEA Head of Policy and Government Relations with Adobe. Welcome.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you for having me today. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present some more details about Adobe, the Adobe-led Content Authenticity Initiative to you. I'm not sure if it's a good slot to have right after the lunch break or actually the worst, but we'll find out. So let's see if you're still awake and full of energy. And I would like to ask you first, like, who knows or think he or she knows that they've recently been victim to a deepfake? Any examples you can think of or anything where you weren't sure, please raise your hand. I won't call on you, just as a sign of show of hands. Okay, quite a few. So the thing is, you're not alone. It's funny because on the panel before, there were some examples mentioned, and you will realize in some of the pictures that I'm showing you that there are actually some very prominent examples of so-called deepfakes. For example, one that's already been out there for quite a while that you can see here is actually from February 2021, where various TikTok videos that were released by the Belgian graphic artist Chris Ume went viral under the TikTok account @DeepTomCruise that you can see here. So these videos were uploaded and actually viewed and shared by millions of viewers, and they were showing Tom Cruise doing, playing golf, doing coin tricks, playing the guitar, traveling to exotic places. But were they really? As you can guess, no. That wasn't Tom Cruise that was actually shown and featured in these videos, but the series of clips was actually created, as I said, by one Belgian graphic artist at home and using the technology that was available to him. So you can see it was really, from a technical point of view, really well done. Your own eyes and ears couldn't tell that this actually wasn't Tom Cruise featured in those videos. Still, all of them kind of fooled any publicly available deepfake detection technology. So as you can see here, and we've heard some of the other examples in the panel before, deepfakes are already appearing increasingly and in very different contexts in every day of our lives. So as these headlines demonstrate by way of example, you can see that it's sometimes a political context, sometimes something less dangerous, but they appear more and more, and as we heard earlier before, also in different geographies, different countries, so it's not like a national thing, it's definitely an international phenomenon that we're observing here. And we talked about it before, we define deepfakes as videos, photos, or audio files that were generated entirely or partly with the help of AI, but then also are created with an intention to deceive. I think that's a very important element to differentiate this from other types of synthetic media. The deepfakes are often used maliciously, especially to spread dis or misinformation. And the result, as I said before, from a technical point of view, appears to be, in the best case, from a technical point of view, lifelike and cannot be recognized as a fake by untrained eyes and ears. And this is particularly worrying because we all tend to believe what we hear or see. So we're more critical when it comes to text. We do ask more questions, but when we see something as a video or we hear something as an audio, our mind is kind of wired in a way that we think this is what actually happened. Oops. Again, examples that have already been alluded to earlier today, but much of the false information that we see today actually comes in the form of manipulated images and videos, and that's exactly what Claudia said in the beginning. This is obviously also why Adobe is playing a crucial role in fighting these kinds of disinformation and misinformation. As the examples you see here, we have seen this play out quite recently in the ongoing war in Ukraine. There were deepfakes on both President Putin, but also President Zelensky, that have been shared on social media during the war in Ukraine. Another example, which is a few years old, is the one from Nancy Pelosi appearing to slur her words. So, as you can see in these examples, it's a real problem because fake images can cause real harm. Often by the time something is labeled a lie or fake, it's too late. Millions have already seen it, worst case already shared it, and really the danger we see here is twofold. So one aspect is people actually believe lies, that's one thing, but then once people realize that there's a huge amount of mis and disinformation out there, they aren't believing the truth. So both aspects are really critical and a threat to democracy, and we believe that a common and shared understanding of the truth is actually really essential to democracy. So at Adobe, it's been our approach to really focus on exactly this, the true side of things. So we've heard before, there are lots of bad actors out there with bad intentions that want to create fakes and cause harm and deceive. So we've kind of turned this approach around and said, look, if we can't fight all the bad actors that are out there and we can't detect all the fakes that are out there, let's kind of switch it and give the good actors out there a way to authenticate their work. So focusing on the truth side of things is really what Adobe's been engaging in with many partners that you can, for example, see here. So we launched this initiative already in 2019. And the goal really is, or what we do is we use provenance technology to enable a new layer of transparency around digital content. So by provenance, we mean important basic information such as the name, the location, the edit history of an image. And saying this, we're starting with images, but we'll soon be moving also to videos and audio files. So using this content authenticity initiative's provenance technology, people can attach this information to an image, and that information can kind of travel and be updated wherever the image goes. So really the goal is by the time the user sees an image, they can see exactly where it came from and what happened to it along the way. So then they can decide for themselves whether to trust it or not. So this also touches upon a really important thing that we discussed before, like who should be the one judging about whether content is truthful or not. Good news is that this technology already exists in our Adobe products and platforms like, Photoshop or Adobe Stock, and it's called content credentials in our world. So right now, already millions of users can start applying this technology to their images. Our mission, as you can see here, is really to strengthen or restore trust in media, and we do that, as I said before, through robust and tamper-evident provenance data, which shows how content was produced, edited, and then published. So right now, and we've heard about this before, many solutions are still focused on detecting misinformation, which is important. And as you can see, it's kind of one of the pillars that we also consider important in the fight against mis and disinformation. But detection always falls short. It doesn't account for satire, parody, and it really leaves it up to either governments or companies or social media platforms to be the arbiters of truth, which we consider to be problematic. Plus, AI detection tools will always be one step behind, because there has to be a fake out there for it to be detected. And in a way, the AI system detecting the fake will then feed into the AI system creating the fake. So in a way, it's always an arms race, and the detection tool will also make the AI system faking better in the end. So, as I said before, instead of trying to detect every piece of false information, we thought, can we give creators and journalists a way to show their work in an authentic way, and also give consumers a way to verify this? So, as I said, the goal is to support the creation of an open source industry standard for provenance, And the body that's doing this is called Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity. So not that Content Authenticity Initiative in itself is not complicated enough to pronounce. We also have the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity, C2PA in short, which is much nicer to do. And this is, as I said, the organization developing this open standard. So it's not really just a mission and some theory that we're talking about here, but we've made some great progress. Everyone can see the first specifications that were put out for public consultation already in 2021. And you can access the current version of this technical standard online. It was published in January 22, and it's still obviously under construction, and we're getting feedback from the community how to develop this further. And we've also made some great open source tools available earlier this year in July, so you can actually see we're really moving just from the development phase to the implementation phase. So this is really to illustrate what the goal of the initiative is. So the goal is to create a clear and universal user experience which displays provenance across the whole content processing cycle, so from capture to editing to publishing, so that the user in the end can have an own view of whether a content they're seeing online is authentic or not. In more details, really at its core, provenance is a chain of trust signals. It's not a simple judgment of whether something is true. So provenance really provides us with a layer of transparency that informs our understanding of how an image, video, or audio file came to be. And you can see here in the different sections over creation, editing, publishing, what sort of details would be available to see. So as I mentioned before, in October 2021, we included content credentials in our beta version of Photoshop, and by now it's available to all our Photoshop users already. So I brought you a little demo, let's hope this will work, which can show you, and I hope you can see it also in the back because it is kind of small, how this will work out in Photoshop. So you will see this kind of panel that gives you the opportunity to opt in and to use content credentials, and that will give you first basic information about the picture you uploaded. So if you then decide to play around with the lighting a bit and with the saturation to kind of make the mood of this picture a bit different, that's one thing, and then we can actually take it further and work with a nice tool which is called sky replacement. You can edit the image with a few clicks and make this quite different. Let's take it to another level and work with a tool like sky replacement, and we'll upload a photo from Adobe Stock and just put this layer of snow across this beautifully sunny pyramid. And you can see that the image changes quite dramatically with just a few clicks. So if you go on the panel again, you will see all these information, like the original asset that you used, the other photo that you imported, and now if you decide to export this photo and click again on attaching this metadata to the image and upload it in your social media feed, the idea is to have this info symbol here in the top right corner where the user can click on and actually see for themselves the original image and what happened to it. You can even use this kind of thing to really get a visual on how a content has been edited. So quite exciting updates from just a few weeks ago, because I talked about the point of time where we would like to start this, and obviously it all starts with capturing, right, with having an image taken. And at Adobe Max, which is a huge conference that we always have on the digital media side once a year, we announced a partnership with Leica and Nikon. And they've both agreed to include this C2PA standard into their cameras as of next year, or future some models of their cameras, at least as of next year. So this, as you can imagine, is a huge milestone, right? Because if you can't capture those provenance data in the moment that you actually take a photo, and the chain only starts when you start editing a photo, a lot of the information is already missing. So we believe this is huge. I hope you agree. So this will, as you saw on the slide with our partners, we're also partnering with Qualcomm, etc. So really the idea behind this is to have it included in all the relevant hardware, across the editing software tools, and then also into the publishing. So the next big step And obviously the most critical, I would say, places where we need provenance technology, and that's kind of the last step in the chain, would also be social media. So I've just brought another example of where this technology has already been used in a case study. So you can see here by Starling Lab and Reuters, they documented the 78 days in the transition between President Trump and President Biden, and they used exactly this that I have just shown you in the demo as well. So you can see in these final pictures, you always have this little info icon that you can click on, and that will allow the users to actually really have transparency about when an image was taken, how it was taken, by whom, and also if it has been edited, then you get those relevant data about that as well. So you can get more info on that if you use this code or you visit our website, contentauthenticity.org. We also have a Twitter handle, and obviously happy to discuss with all of you later on over a Glühwein or at a coffee. So feel free, and I'm looking forward to receiving your questions if you have any, or any feedback that you'd like to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. I'm now on stage with 2 mobile devices, digitalization, right? Yeah.
Wow.
So to get all the questions from you guys out there who watch us online, we got a few questions already. Are there questions here from you? Because then we would start with them. Yes, please. You get a mic.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. I was also just chatting like a friend of mine, just telling her Adobe is actually speaking, and she was saying that, yeah, it's very rare to hear Adobe speaking about this. But in the list of partners there, I saw that the Google was missing. Any reason why? That was question number 1. And then question number 2, this looks very powerful, but I'd want to understand what are the limits of it with regard to the identification of manipulated images, because nowadays Adobe is not the only software that's being used to manipulate images. So what are the limits of this? What can't it do? I think that's also very important for us to be able to develop an understanding for, because so far I'm not getting the sense of where the limits of this.
Yeah. Great questions, thank you for that. So maybe to answer, I can't speak on behalf of Google, so I would very much appreciate it if you just raise the question with them. So as I said, like the next step is obviously to get the platforms to adopt this as well. So it's not just Google, it's Meta and all the others. So I guess that's a really crucial step, and that's already combined with your second questions of where are the limitations. Obviously, we can't force anyone to adopt this. So we believe that if there is a quite universal adoption of this standard, then it's very, very powerful. Obviously, if, for example, the platforms decide not to adopt it, not so powerful anymore. If no other hardware companies decide to implement the standard, not so powerful anymore. So it really is kind of a combined effort of the whole information ecosystem that's required here. To make it successful. So I would say that's kind of the limitation. Another limitation I see is obviously this is not there to prevent fakes or deep fakes from being out there, right? This is not a solution that will kind of solve the whole problem. That's why I put out the slide that said, it's those 4 pillars of provenance, detection, legislation, and also education. So really all 4, from our point of view, have to work together to make this really, really powerful. But as I said, we can't force anyone to implement this.
It's not mandatory.
Yeah.
A pity. There's one more question there in the back. So maybe we also have to. Oh no, there's one. Couldn't see you, sorry.
Hi, thank you for that presentation. That was awesome. I was wondering though, so this standard that you're proposing would be dependent on having an Adobe license?
A what?
An Adobe license?
Oh no, sorry, no, it's an open standard, so the goal really is for everybody in the ecosystem to be able to use it. So even if you're using other editing software that's not Adobe, as long as that software implements the standard, that's exactly how you can use it as a user.
Ah, perfect.
Hi, sorry. That might be kind of adjacent to the previous question, but I was wondering about smartphone producing companies, because that might be like a huge market. It's amazing that Leica and Nikon are in there, obviously. Do you have any, have you made any progress with these companies as well?
Yeah, we also have, you might have seen the logo of Qualcomm on the list of partners, so we're also working with manufacturers on that side, because that's obviously a big thing. Another thing, when you talk about smartphones, is also development of apps. That's also a track we're exploring, like how you can implement this into apps that actually you use on your phone after taking a photo, or actually use to take the photo and then edit the picture later on in the app. So that's also an important step we're looking into, yeah.
It's also just a moment, Michael. A question from the audience, the online audience, is like, what partners are you aiming for now? Also talking about video, audio files. Can you tell us a few names?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a broad answer, but it's really the whole information ecosystem. So everybody who's active in producing content and distributing content online. I know that's quite broad, but it is actually as broad as that. So everyone who's active in there and plays a role is required to participate. You might have seen we also have some really good names of media outlets already. So I think it's the whole chain that I discussed that's required, and that's the same is true for video and audio.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, thank you. Two questions. One, are policymakers involved anywhere in this, like governments who would try to talk to each other and encourage firms to sign up? And the other question is about synthetic media. I guess for synthetic media, fully synthetic, there's nothing you can do because they start from nowhere in a way, right? Or
let me answer the first question. So we're talking to governments worldwide because we believe this is also a good way that governments themselves could use to authenticate their communication, especially when you look at images or videos. It does make a difference if you can have a proven track of something that has been authenticated. So for governments themselves, yes. The other part, obviously, is that we're exploring legislation where this could feed into. So, for example, we're in discussion with policymakers in Brussels, how they could include these kind of provenance technologies and ideas around that into, for example, regulation of artificial intelligence. So we're currently discussing the EU's AI Act. We've heard about the DSA before. So these are legislations that we're trying to talk to policymakers around the world to make them aware that the technological solution is out there, and hope for it to be taken up. And then the question about synthetic media, in a way, the mechanism behind it would be the same, right? It would also be a label to state that something has been artificially created.
Is it a short question? We are running out of time. Yes. You wanted to discuss the pyramids? I know, because she's from Egypt.
I know.
I took like, no, please take away the snow.
We brought the Berlin weather to Egypt.
I want to talk about memes more. Like if we have like a text layout on the image that have the fake in the text itself, and the image it's just like from stock, like for someone. Like, how do you see this is gonna play around?
I think from a technological point of view, it's the same mechanism, right? So it could also be applied to that.
Short question, short answer.
Yeah.
Perfect.
You said we're short on time.
Yes. Thank you so much for all your questions. We should invite you again next time,
Happy to
next
come.
year. We're going to find out about that if we want to do all these things again next year, probably. You have to be part of it because there's still so much stuff to discuss. Thank you so much, Stephanie Waldes-Scott.
Thank you very much for having
Adobe.
me.
And now we talked about that before, earlier this today, that we want to talk about AI a bit more. And there are things we thought they wouldn't be possible a few years ago, and now they are possible, and they're becoming possible very quickly, and they are necessary and expected to be controlled. So let's talk about what's next for AI innovations with Lena Maria Böswald. Please come up here. She's Digital Democracy Program Officer at DRI. You want to take number 1? Yeah. Okay, so then for the technicians, that's the easiest. Oops.
Is this on already? Oh, perfect.
Great. Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. It's lovely to be back on stage, also very odd after such a long period of COVID. Thanks a lot, Claudia, for the introduction. Maybe just in advance, if my voice is going to crack at some point, this is not because I'm incredibly surprised by all of the innovations in AI, it's because I caught a cold, just for you to know. From the metaverse to text-to-image generation and reinforcement learning, developments in artificial intelligence and other new technologies are a double-sided sword. They offer exciting possibilities for advancing new spaces for democratic discourse, but also risk exacerbating the dangers of the global disinformation ecosystem. Where is the journey of AI innovations heading? And what will tech change bring to society and democracy? These are two of the questions that we would like to answer in this panel. And here with me in Berlin and dialed in from Amsterdam and Vienna are three wonderful experts that know a lot about advances in artificial intelligence and its effects on society, the change that tech will bring to society, and the future of online discourse, and synthetic data as a possible countermeasure for AI bias. I'd like to welcome on stage our very first speaker, Sahana Udoba. Are you okay? Yeah, please sit here. Professor Dr. Sahana Udoba is a professor of media anthropology at the Ludwig-Maximilians University of Munich, and she teaches and researches online extreme speech, politics of artificial intelligence, and critical digital studies. She has also founded the For Digital Dignity program, a research initiative to dissect the complex relationship between online media cultures and political participation. Sahana, thank you so much for being here. Next up on the screen, we have Alexandra Ebert. Alexandra is a responsible AI, synthetic data, and privacy expert and serves as Chief Trust Officer at Mostly AI. As a member of the company's executive leadership team, she engages in public policy issues in the emerging field of synthetic data and ethical AI. Alexandra, it's so great to have you here with us remotely. And last but not least, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I'm not sure if I was on already. I just wanted to say it's a pleasure to be here, but sorry to interrupt.
No worries. It's so great to have you here with us. And last but not least, I'd like to introduce Claes de Vreese. Claes is a university professor of artificial intelligence and society with a special focus on media and democracy at the University of Amsterdam. He holds the chair in political communication at the Amsterdam School of Communication Research, ASCO. Claes, so happy you could make it. Thank you all so much for being here and for speaking on this panel. Before we start, I want to encourage the audience online to ask questions as we go. There will be a 15-minute question-answer session after this panel discussion, of course, but feel free to drop burning questions in the comment sections on YouTube and LinkedIn, and I can address them later as the panel concludes. Okay, let's jump right into this, shall we? Let's begin by separating hype from fact. Claes, you focus on existing media systems and what they are doing to combat disinformation currently. Given your expertise, how much do you think AI is impacting our information ecosystem, and where does it actually effectively come into play?
Thank you so much, and also thank you for facilitating the ability to be with you online. Hopefully next time you can be in person. I think it's very important to look at these media information ecosystem to say that there are a lot of instances where we refer to AI, where we probably mean some kind of hybrid system. There are probably few processes that are fully automated, and oftentimes a lot of the systems element of AI, self-learning systems, they often also contain some kind of human in the loop or some editor or defining key parameters. If we look at the media sector itself, it's actually interesting. It's sort of a multifaceted discussion of what AI is doing to the entire media system ecology. So on the one hand, tools are being deployed in the media sector and journalism to intensify and research more systematic and bigger and larger and faster. There is a rapid development in the auto-generation of text and actual content. I think the sort of the hype a few years ago were around financial news and sport news, but this is a development that's going very fast, and only the last, say, 48, 72-hour worldwide discussion of what ChatGPT can do. This is definitely a place where the auto-generation of content is really gaining speed. Media organizations themselves engage in the use of, in some cases, AI, and in other cases, this very advanced news recommender systems, whether on their own websites or within their own apps. And then, of course, there is the entire sort of battle between news organizations, journalistic organizations on the one hand, and social media platforms on the other hand. So all of this is to say, in the production, in the content, and in the dissemination of news and media products, this is definitely changing. It's changing very fast. And then I want to, as the final part of my answer to your question, also highlight the extreme challenge that media organizations are also facing in actually covering this development, right? So on the one hand, the tech beat, the covering new digital technologies and also AI has always been a challenging one. But journalists, news media sector used to be a proponent of decisions, right? Whether an insurance company had taken a decision or whether the local municipality had taken a decision on, let's say, access to welfare benefits. That was always the core of journalism, to probe decisions. And now some of these decisions are made by quasi or fully automated decision systems. And that therein lies actually an additional challenge for the media sector in being equipped with and also to be able to probe some of these decisions, even in a coming out of a system where it might not be explainable. So I think that's an important additional, more traditional aspect of journalism to point to when we discuss the impact of AI in the media and information ecosystem.
Thanks so much, Claes. If we look more on the positive side of things, how would you say, how can AI actually contribute to innovations in the media or in the media ecosystem?
Yeah, so from an ideal point of view, it can, of course, maybe reshift some of the resources that also goes into traditional journalism, right? So we all know that in many places, sort of local and regional journalism, for example, is suffering. There are AI applications and developments and technologies that could help under-resourced organizations shift maybe some of the things that they do from, say, the local beat, town hall beat, where more research can be done with the use of also AI tools to allocate more resources to more in-depth and investigative type of reporting. All of that, of course, is a very sort of optimistic take on it, and would allow to maybe say, let's use some of the resources better. But we also know that some of the risks are that if it is seen that you can either auto-generate some content or you can cover some beats more or in an automated fashion, it usually in the sort of history of journalistic and media innovation has not led to reshifting resources, but reducing resources. So it's an uncertain development. Another potentially positive aspect, of course, is looking at recommender systems and finding that sweet spot where we have an optimal connection between the interests of audience members, maybe down to group or individual level characteristics, and the news content that is there, and finding that balance between getting personalized and optimized news supply, or maybe even in the next step, stories that are adjusted to you personally, is something that's potentially positive, but also has this undermining of a shared public sphere element to it, which is something that a lot of audience members is also expressing quite a lot of concern about, even when considering the potentially positive aspects.
Much. I'm going to switch very swiftly from the media ecosystem to democratic discourse. So Hannah, your background as an anthropologist has led to interesting philosophical questions about how democratic discourse will be shaped by technology in the future. Let's face it, how much is hype, how much is real? How are new discursive spaces, such as the metaverse, for instance, going to impact our society?
Thank you. Thank you for hosting this conference, and thanks for the word hype, because there is quite a lot of hype, and over time we've seen that it's common to see hype, misconception, and panic around new technologies, and this has happened in human history. And ironically, it's a kind of social condition for new technologies to penetrate and normalize their impacts. So hype becomes integral to technology development itself. So there is quite a lot of hype around artificial intelligence, and in fact, one prominent AI developer defined AI as the new snake oil. It's supposed to do many things at once, so take it with a pinch of salt. So, however, online extreme speech that I research, some trends are clearly technology dependent, and online extreme speech is increasingly inflected by technological possibilities, including artificial intelligence. There is now a huge sector of commercial political consultants, and these consultants offer their services to any political client that hires them. And these political consultants, self-styled professional consultants, adopt, deploy, and promise artificial intelligence as a way to enhance influence. And among them, I've noticed that the language of artificial intelligence and data are a sort of marketing tool. AI is offered as a magic wand to influence discussions. But let us remember that they're not just bluffing. So new tactics have been tried out, and since morning we've been hearing a lot of new tactics. And I met one political consultant, for instance, who told me how they developed a virtual game that can work in low bandwidth environments as well, where users can play the role of hating the political opponent. And in the game, the political opponent is a scandal-ridden, corrupt entity, and there is a sort of immersive game experience that voters can actually partake of in this virtual game. So you see that the propaganda and techniques of election influence are rapidly shifting, and therefore they're also tapping into virtual gaming environments. When you talked about metaverse, we have to watch out that space very, very carefully. In the most recent report, Goldstein and Grossman have documented how fake profiles are quite important for disinformation campaigns, and anti-disinformation activists have always used reverse image searches to expose these networks. But now, these disinformation actors are using AI-generated profile pictures that go with the fake accounts. So these can escape machine detection. These can escape reverse image searches because they are not linked to stolen pictures, but they are actually fabricated. So these are the new technologies that are now being used for disinformation tactics. But let us remember that some of these images and deep fakes, etc., and also data analytics, all of them are getting more and more sophisticated. But at the same time, the actual valence and the impact of disinformation content need not always depend on technological sophistication. So I was following an event in Mumbai city, for instance. This was in 2012, where all the Muslim households, most of them at least, had received a message, which was a video message. It had a string of images, and they all believed it was evidence for violence against Muslims in Myanmar and the eastern state of eastern Indian state of Assam. And this was not very sophisticated in terms of technology. And some users actually suspected the accents were different, the images didn't look like they were from these regions, but still they were swept by the urge to share. And it had actually come from trusted WhatsApp groups and Facebook groups, and also as MMS. So they started believing that this was authentic, and therefore, even though it was not technologically sophisticated, what is important here is social trust. And that's what I've been working on, and I've theorized this as deep extreme speech. And in countries like Brazil, India, and South Africa, just to give some examples, WhatsApp is used for inflamed rhetoric of different kinds. And here, these forms of deep extreme speech, they tap into community trust. And party people, for instance, they get into WhatsApp groups of trusted people like neighbors, college friends, and different kinds of extended family groups as well, and implant content there, right? And this form of, deep extreme speech, it works by tapping, as I said, community trust. And here in this communication environment, the very act of sharing is a way of expressing your duty towards the community. Sharing, including, fake content, is actually shaped by obligatory ties. And sometimes it's also fun. And therefore, we need to understand the social dynamics of sharing disinformation. And when you look at these distribution channels and the patterns of distributing extreme content, you begin to notice that these different community factors play a very important role. And therefore, even when it is not technologically sophisticated, in fact, it can work the opposite way. In memes, the question that you raised, right? It's not technologically very sophisticated, but it is embedded in an environment of fun. You would know it's false, but you partake of it because it's fun. So these are the kind of dynamics where I would think AI does not play a very big role in terms of how community-based networks are drawn into disinformation campaigns. But it is likely that technologies are going to automate this a little more in terms of the flow of content and shaping the way content is framed. I leave it at that. I can answer more questions later.
Thank you so much. It's quite obvious, because your focus is on extremist speech, that I do want to touch a little bit on content moderation and potential technical shortcomings. So obviously you touched upon the spread of information or disinformation in the future, but maybe you can briefly touch upon how AI and the technical innovations will actually define speech and content moderation. Will this improve in the future?
Yeah, I remember your question on the email. So you please take it to the solutions framework. So I'm going to take it to the solutions framework. So AI is also seen as a sort of solution. It has emerged as what I call an imaginary of technological solutionism. It's supposed to address the problem of volume. It's supposed to address the problem of human discretion and also emotional labor in removing objectionable content. But we all know that AI-assisted content moderation has a lot of problems. And the first problem is, of course, the scope, quality, and inclusivity of training data sets. So AI models require millions of examples, and these examples that can actually help algorithm to detect data should not only be precise examples for what we call strong positives and also strong negatives, but also near positives, which means content that looks similar to what is objectionable, but it is not. Right? Otherwise, it leads to over-moderation. So how do you bring these, excellent training data sets? And that's a huge question. And on the other hand, corporations are investing in these models. And I would think that this has a deeper philosophical issue. And I've been pushing for a decolonial critique of AI because on the one hand, there is this panic around the machine taking away human autonomy, right? I mean, on the one hand, we see that panic. On the other hand, we see that there is the aspiration for correspondence between rationality as the essence of personhood and machine, right? And that particular correspondence is linked to Euromodern thinking. And I'm questioning, what is the imagination of the human here? And this particular moral panic, as well as the aspired correspondence between the rational human and the machine, I would say is conceptually unprepared to take in community inputs into the design and development of technology. And that's where I'm kind of, we are trying to push for, how do we make this a collaborative model? How do we make this people-centric? And our project, AI for Dignity, is trying to do exactly that, and it's just such a small effort, really. And here we've tried to create a direct dialogue between AI developers and community intermediaries and ethnographers like ourselves, right? And we've created a place where collaborative coding is possible, first by developing a robust, culturally sensitive classification scheme, and then to look at how these classification schemes can be applied for detecting proper content or objectionable content. And believe me, this is extremely difficult and exhausting, right? But what we've learned is this effort has to be persistent. And therefore, we have proposed a framework called ethical scaling, where it kind of applies brakes to content flows and urges corporations to embrace this inevitably messy process of involving different kinds of inputs, contradictory kind of inputs. Clearly, there is no consensus on what is objectionable data. And we all know that. We talked about derogation, derogatory extreme speech as one data type, right? But there is also exclusionary extreme speech. There is dangerous extreme speech. And hate innovators are actually constantly coining new phrases, right? We are just talking about the textual data, not even video data. In Germany, there is an expression called Goldstücke that right-wing groups use, Goldstücke, pieces of gold. An SPD politician used this to define immigrants as people who bring, gold in terms of prosperity, etc. And that got picked up in a satirical manner, right? And they use this in-group coding, Goldstücke, to denigrate immigrants. And in India, there are lots and lots of expressions. Religion of peace is a satirical expression from the Muslim minorities. In fact, it goes so much to the extent of even coining new phrases like Ola, Uber, and these are transport sharing apps, right? And Ola, Uber, when you combine them, they phonetically sound like Allahu Akbar. And they use those expressions to, target Muslim minorities. So I'm just giving a couple of examples where AI detection becomes extremely difficult, and therefore community involvement and to see this as a responsible process of iteration, right, is extremely important for content moderation.
Thanks a lot. So Sahana has helped me move this session into the solution framework, which is great. And I can immediately ask Alexandra about synthetic data, which can be seen as one promising solution for biased AI systems. Alexandra, in recent years, we've seen evidence of biased AI systems impacting societies and democracies, whether in the context of criminal investigations, health systems, or hiring decisions. Vital parts of our democracies are increasingly impacted by AI. Can you outline for us what exactly is synthetic data, and how can this be potentially a solution for common AI problems today?
Sure, very happy to do that. But I would say in this discussion, I would actually not talk so much about solutions as opposed to helpful tools, because the whole field of also bias mitigation, disinformation is so new, so nascent that they're not yet perfect, like, okay, this is the gold standard, how to mitigate this problem, how to solve this problem. It's still a global effort to figure out what is the right way to go about, for example, bias mitigation. And happy to share more about synthetic data, which could be one piece of a potential solution, one tool that might be helpful. I think in today's conference, even though I didn't have the chance chance to listen to most of the previous talks, synthetic data was most often described in the context of synthetic media, deep fakes, videos, text, images that are generated with generative AI. But synthetic data actually is a term that's not clearly defined and that has many different categories and also purposes. And the synthetic data that can be helpful for bias mitigation is actually the one that's trained on plenty of real-world examples, but that's also capable to preserve privacy of that data in a way that allows us to include more diverse examples in a training data set. To give a little bit of context and make this easier to understand, when we think about AI development, what all organizations need is access to granular training data. But due to privacy laws like GDPR, in the past it has become increasingly challenging to get those amounts of data that you need. And most often also traditionally anonymized data was used, which is per definition information where lots and lots of value has been diminished. And this value that has been deleted of the traditionally anonymized data set, think of somebody going through a data set and striking through your social security number, your address, all the parts that you deem to be re-identifying. This process is so destructive that it not only decreases utility, but more importantly, it also decreases the diversity of your data set. And synthetic data now is a privacy-enhancing technology in that context, which allows organizations to create a synthetic version of the real customer base. And the benefit here is that you don't have anything in there that could be tied back to real individuals, so privacy remains protected. But developers can get access to significantly more granular and diverse data to make sure that already in the development process, they create AI that's more inclusive, that has more diverse examples to learn from. And since we know that one big portion how bias enters into AI systems is actually historic biases, for example, that in the past, the majority of senior leaders was male and not female, synthetic data can also be used to not only anonymize and retain the level of diversity that we already have in our world, but to also increase it. So more specifically, synthetic data allows you to select a given mathematical fairness definition that, for example, a regulator proposes or that your board sets out to say that's a good way to go about fairness. And the result of this process then would be fair synthetic data, where you, for example, could eliminate things like the gender pay gap, or could create more examples of minority groups. For example, one of our customers started using this technology in the healthcare space and used it to, for example, create more examples of minority groups like Native American females with a certain medical condition to make sure that there are plenty of examples AI can learn on and ensure that the services that are developed are more inclusive and work equally well for everybody. But as mentioned, it's just one puzzle piece, and AI fairness is actually something that you have to start to think about right from the very beginning. Should you even use AI for that? How was the data collected? Throughout the whole value and development chain of AI. So definitely a tricky challenge and definitely something that humanity still needs to figure out.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. We've seen that you work extensively in the field of AI. It's your bread and butter. Maybe, hypothetically speaking, can you let us know where else do you think we are headed in this field? Are there any other problematic developments on the horizon that we need to be aware of?
Quite a few, unfortunately. So Sahana mentioned it already earlier that one problem that I oftentimes encounter, particularly also when working with politicians, with regulators, is that what they are still focusing on is these Terminator-like fantasies of artificial intelligence. They know this hype of AI and think AI is a solution to all of humanity's problems, and also something that's incredibly dangerous because at the next moment AI potentially is going to take up the power and suppress all of us humans. So this is something that's incredibly distracting from the challenges that need to be solved today, like, for example, fairness and explainability of AI. And I think this also has an incredibly negative impact on how regulation of AI is currently created, and also this lack of technical understanding and understanding what AI actually is also something that will impact how, for example, the AI Act can be enforced. So I'm definitely worried about effective enforcement of the Artificial Intelligence Act, Plus, there are also some bits and pieces in there where I have the feeling we should go for stronger regulation. And I think the most important one in this context, and this would be my second worrisome hypothesis about where AI is heading, is actually general purpose AI systems. So general purpose AI systems are something like components, that pre-trained models that help you with, for example, facial recognition or detection, or text to image generators or something like that. And if we look at the global AI landscape, I think everybody knows we have this global AI talent shortage. But the even bigger problem, in my point of view, is the global responsible AI talent shortage, which kind of puts quite an intensive tension to the objective of the European Union and many other nations and regions to become global leaders in artificial intelligence, where not only a few players, but basically everyone is participating in the AI ecosystem. And if much more people are participating in this ecosystem, first, who are the people that are skilled to have all of these responsible AI skills to make sure that the AI that's developed is actually fair, explainable? And second, what is going to happen is that we will see a much bigger uptake of general purpose AI solutions. So think of organizations or individuals creating AI systems where they basically just put together several pre-trained components. And in the current AI Act, it's heavily debated how much these general purpose AI systems, which mainly are offered by big tech platforms currently, and I think there are only 30 providers worldwide out there for these types of technologies, if they are not very well regulated, then I think we're going to see an impact on 95% of all AI systems that will be available in the European market, because there's this widespread use of this technology. Still, there are discussions ongoing, and there's quite a sentiment in the European Parliament also that this technology shouldn't be too heavily regulated because you don't yet know the purpose it's used for. It's the same thing as with this kitchen knife analogy. You could use a kitchen knife to prepare an incredible meal or to murder somebody. So it's really the tools question. And this is also the argument that many big tech companies brought forward, that you don't yet know which one it's going to be. So they shouldn't be the ones having the burden of regulation and being required to create trustworthy, responsible systems. But as I mentioned beforehand, for example, with fairness, you can never, ever tackle fairness just at one point in the chain. You need to have it from the beginning until the end. So if they are not forced by regulation to do a really, really good job, then those people using the components who are not as skilled as the responsible AI people working as the largest tech firms, I'm really worried about whether we will have AI that actually adheres to the responsible AI and trustworthy standards. So these are maybe two of the areas that I would put more attention on in the future.
Thanks a lot. Claes, I saw you nodding while Alexandra was speaking. Is there anything you would like to add?
Well, I was nodding on a number of occasions, and I think especially because we're in the middle of this intense political power play in terms of the next stages for the AI regulation from the European Union and how that will be implemented. And I think the points that Alexandra made about ensuring and safeguarding some of these things from the very beginning are so important, and also that we will see that a lot of this is an iterative process. So Hannah also said it in her introduction, that we will always be sort of running a little bit behind the ill-intended and the bad as regulators, but that also maybe necessitates that in the rollout of technologies like these, we can never say that we are done, right? Because it is something where we have to go back and look at the application and how it was done and how the systems have also been developing, since these are not static entities. So there were a lot of things that I was nodding to both when Alexandra was speaking, but also when Johanna was speaking. And Johanna also, I think, pointed out one of the most important facts in the disinformation discussion, at least in my view, namely that a lot of disinformation is not necessarily super high-tech, super artificial in nature, but is in fact something that is relatively low-tech, but is driven oftentimes by either political or other types of elites that have the power to insert them with a lot of effectiveness into the information ecosystem. So it's always hard to read body language, but there was a lot to nod at in both interventions so far, yes.
Thanks a lot. Maybe we can quickly touch upon what we can do or what civil society organizations can do. How can we actually bolster our digital resilience with everything that is happening in the advancements of AI and new technologies, Claes?
Yes, I mean, I believe that if there was one thing that could be done, one magic silver bullet that would solve everybody for all kinds of groups here, I would definitely not be the one who had thought of it, and we would all know it in advance of this panel. So let me maybe start by saying that we should not throw away a lot of what we know about how to create resilience and cohesion in society, a lot of what we know about how to facilitate and foster literacy. We should try to bolster and leverage some of that information. I think if you sort of would land from outer space and look at some of the instruments that we are deploying in trying to make citizens and vulnerable groups resilient against AI, they would probably look at us and say, ooh, these are cute little initiatives, but do you really think that this will matter in the bigger ecosystem of change? But my answer is maybe more leaning towards the yes, because there will not be this sort of big initiative that is going to solve all of this, but we need a lot of these that might seem relatively small, that might seem focused on only some groups, might seem focused towards only developing some skills or some be applicable in some sectors, but it is the sum of all of that that will be driving a broader societal resilience as some of these changes come. We have had a couple of decades of really interesting work by others, and in terms of media literacy, and there have been great discoveries and I think very good applications on how to think about this, both when it comes to rather young children or teenagers or older age groups or groups that are otherwise marginalized in society. And some of that work and some of that thinking we probably need to revisit and say, well, what does that mean in an age of digital technology and AI? How can we conceive and scale up some of these initiatives, and how can we make that applicable in a new situation, so that we don't talk about media literacy anymore, but maybe sort of digital and AI literacy across the lifespan. A lot of the research in this field has also shown that we worry an awful lot about young people in this space, but that's not to say that that worry is maybe not warranted, but for sure there are other age brackets that we need to worry maybe even more about. A lot of the instruments that we have developed have been instruments that apply very much to bolstering situations in relatively well-functioning and established democracies. And yes, they are under threat today, but we also have huge parts of the world where these instruments have been much less developed, and where it would be very wise, I think, also to invest efforts over the next years. So how to create and foster resilience, I really think is a matter of trying to think about some of the initiatives that we already have and rethink those and those tools and those elements in a new era, and acknowledging that there will not be this one magic thing that is going to solve it. What is important, that is that we have political leadership that is ready to step up in this space. And that's a twofold one, right? Because that's back to the point that was made earlier, that a lot of disinformation and a lot of disingenuous information is coming from political leaders across the world. And at the same time, we are also looking at the political leadership to define the boundaries, the frameworks in which these new technologies will hit our societies. And that is one thing where we as citizens, as NGOs, as academics, must call upon leadership to really come together and also try and create some of these frameworks in a way that are international, cross-national in nature.
Thanks a lot. I'd like to wrap up the session because I think we're running a little bit out of time. If there's one last question that I can ask to Sahana, and then I'll move on to the question-answer session. Sahana, the session is coming to an end. Do you think the human aspect of technological innovation is being given enough thought in all of these technological advances?
Well, no is the answer. So because we are coming to the, towards the end of the session, that's definitely a no. Companies are really trying hard to bring more responsible human supervision And they all know that, AI development has to have human supervision, human in the loop, human on the loop, etc. But we need to unpack this. We need to create processes where this human supervision is transparent and responsible and inclusive, etc. And the second point I wanted to bring up, not so much in direct response to your question, but also about media literacy, which has been coming up, throughout the day. And my worry is this places more burden on people who are already subjected to this kind of content. And I think we have to address the production side of things, right? I talk to so many NGOs and civil society organizations. They're all into, educating people on how to spot fake news and how to cope with bad content. I mean, why are you putting the spotlight on people who are already subjected to this content? Put the spotlight on the production side. Well, how do we, and that's a difficult challenge, right? I mean, how do we reach out to perpetrators? How do you reach out to people who pass a racist comment on social media, on the street, and get away with it? They don't even recognize that this is a racist slur, right? How do you tackle that? And what kind of technological imaginations are required to address the production side of things? And I think that is a huge problem that we need to take into account. So, and the third point, of course, when we talk about decolonial sensibility, we're also talking about uneven allocation of resources, right? Across language communities, across geographies. So AI, as it is today, is not capable of detecting problematic content in many, many non-Western languages. And there have been studies on how this has created massive problems, from mob lynching to killings on the street. So we need to be really putting pressure on corporations for parity in resource allocation.
Thanks a lot for this closing statement. Thank you all so much for your insightful inputs from afar and on stage. I'd like to open the question and answer session now. Is there anyone here in this room who would like to address the panel? If not, I can also check if there is a question from the audience online.
Lena, I would have a question, if I may.
Of course.
Thanks. Austin Davis with Democracy Reporting International. I'm sure everybody has been seeing this this generator of art that's been shared over Twitter, Facebook, all social media the last couple of weeks. I think it's from Sensible AI. I was wondering if you might be able to touch on the threats of some of these AI generation tools that might be infiltrating pop culture and being shared on social media, and sort of their repercussions for maybe surveillance mechanisms in the future, or anything along those lines. And that was addressed to the whole panel.
To all of them. Who would like to start?
I'd like to give it a first shot. So one thing that's discussed a lot when we think of these different generative AI solutions like DALL-E and so on is definitely copyright, because most of these systems just scrape the internet, take everything they can as training data, and then potentially produce something that's rather close to original artwork. So copyright is something that's discussed. Then one other thing is also the problem of perpetuating stereotypes. We've mentioned it several times in this panel. AI is particularly good learning of lots and lots of examples. If you lack examples, then it's not good in representing this. So what we could expect also, for example, with photo generators, is that they would perpetuate images that further strengthen stereotypes and fail to kind of include the notions of diversity that we want to have in our society. And one other aspect that I find particularly worrisome also with particularly chatbots like the one from OpenAI, I think ChatGPT, that was released rather recently, is on the one hand that it makes it incredibly hard to verify, are you getting correct information? What type of information do you get? You oftentimes also get stereotypes and information that might is false. Plus, since it's text-based, it's incredibly hard to actually monitor these types of tools and make sure that you don't have any issues with that. So one example, for example, with this chatbot was that they kind of tried to bring in some guardrails, and designed the system in a way that it isn't evil and doesn't state anything that's evil. But I think it was released for a few hours until creative users found a way to circumvent that and ask the same, well, you don't have to be evil, dear chatbot, just pretend to be evil. And suddenly all of these guardrails just went away, and the chatbot released statements that you don't want a chatbot like that to release. So I think that's a rather tricky topic where it's still difficult to figure out how much content moderation, how much safeguards can you actually build in that on the one hand are not easy to circumvent, and on the other hand also don't lead to exclusion of minority statements or something like that.
Very quickly, yes, I mean, technology is really very significant in playing some of these disturbing roles in democratic discourse. So clearly we need to watch out for that. But again, I come back to the low-tech and different kinds of surveillance mechanisms. You brought up the question of surveillance, which is very important because we've not really talked about repressive states here. So we assume that the state is already representing a kind of liberal consensual model, and we are talking about regulation based on that presupposition. But we need to understand that there are repressive states that are using these technologies, and sometimes they don't need sophisticated technologies. To give you one example, in some countries of Africa and also in South Asia, government actors they just stop an opponent, and the moment they arrest that person, that opponent, political opponent, they snatch the mobile phone and just download the data, right? The whole encryption kind of, environment, which is supposed to be guaranteed by WhatsApp, etc., is completely circumvented in one go, right? So these are the kind of, repressive actions that we need to be watchful of when it comes to surveillance.
Thanks so much. There is a question from the audience online, from Witz on YouTube, and I think, or I assume it is directed at Claes. And the person is asking, do you see any AI tools being able to improve things like the creation or dissemination of information in journalism, for example, instead of the focus on AI tools to detect and combat disinformation?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are a lot of potential positives, right? The ability to do research in much wider scope and depth that has maybe been done before. The ability to manufacture some of the run-of-the-mill content that you might be, as a news organization, feeling comfortable with, that you do that in a non-human manner, and the optimization of some of the match between content and preferences of parts of your audience are surely all things that also have the ability to empower journalism and to maybe even make journalism sometimes better. I think the crucial part, we know with the rollout of technologies like this, that trust is something that is quickly evaporating, and if you as a news organization that you are on the one hand reporting about the development of AI technologies. On the one hand, you are probing the outcomes of systems that are and decisions that are taken by automated systems, and then you yourself as a news organization are also deploying some of these technologies in both your production side, in your research side, and in your dissemination side. I think for the latter part, it also really begs for news organizations to think very carefully about what tools they employ, how they want to be transparent about the tools that they do, and how they want to try and use some of these in building relationships of trust with their audience going forward. Otherwise, they will, and this was supposed to be the answer about the positive and the abilities, but while these positives are there, they really need to be deployed in a very transparent way where you build up a relationship also with your audience if you want to have these as wins in the long game.
Thanks. I see on the screen that we have 4 minutes left, so there is...
I briefly made to add to that.
Yes, of course.
Just one thing I think is oftentimes overlooked when we think about AI. We talked a lot about disinformation today, but I think by far one of the positivest impacts of artificial intelligence in the realm of information and education, I think, is actually natural language processing. We are somewhat in a privileged position because we are capable of reading and writing plus oftentimes we are taught English in the Western world. But many parts of the world don't have English as a second language, or many people are not even capable of writing and typing. And I think natural language processing already started to democratize access to information, not only for people within the Western world who are not capable of reading and typing, but particularly also for other parts of the world, because the advances we see in translation from different dialects in rural regions of the world to English are really impressive. And I think in the future, this will have an incredible impact when it comes to access to actual information and education. Of course, also disinformation, but I think here the positive things outweigh the negative.
Is there a very brief question from the audience that can be answered in 2 minutes? If not, there's one that definitely can't be answered in 2 minutes, but there's still one from the online audience, which is about a holistic approach. The fact that AI is usually isolated in different systems, and how can we actually come to a holistic approach at the end of the day?
Yes, I mean, holistic approach is definitely needed. So now how do we build frameworks for a holistic approach? And I think we had some good frameworks that were discussed in the morning. In my work, I have given four-part priority areas for UN entities and also corporations to adopt. So one is to address global unevenness in platform governance. And second, to connect critical communities that are working in this area on a global scale. And third is to look at what is called as fringe elements and also smaller platforms, not just about Google and Facebook, but also smaller platforms and fringe elements. And the fourth part is to focus on repressive states. So this is one model that I have proposed, but clearly we need that kind of holistic approach when it comes to AI and disinformation.
That was a very concise answer. Thanks so much. We made it in time. Alexandra, Claes, Sahana, I'd like to thank you so much again for your wonderful contributions and this insightful discussion. It was lovely to have you here, and also thanks to the audience for your interesting questions and your curious minds. Back to you, Claudia.
To all the panelists and to Lena Maria, get better soon. Thank you so much for, despite feeling, well, don't use that word, which not as well as you normally do, for leading this panel. Thank you. And be careful. Yes, I was thinking about leaving this out this time as well, but carefully. Okay, so now it's almost getting dark out there, but we still have some points left on our agenda. We're going to take a coffee break until 4:30, 4:30. We're going to continue, and we would love to see you back here in Berlin and online.
The new generation, what we call millennials, or even the younger generation, Gen Z, Gen X, have a totally different understanding of the world. And we cannot appeal to them if we use the same old traditional and conventional means that many NGOs are still following. We really have to understand what makes them relate to something, how they care for causes, and they do care for many global causes, but we have also to speak their language. And this is why in Lebanon we have launched an online political talk show that really brings to the table emerging thought leaders, figures with whom the youth identifies, who have a strong political and activism discourse that is in support of democracy and democratic principles.
DRI has actually, for more than 10 years, been very actively promoting democracy and democratic principle, rule of law. And I think the importance of the work that it has done, it's been exactly that it has been very focused on its work. It has not going all the ways, but it has been focusing on democracy issues. And unfortunately, I have to say that today this kind of work is even more needed than perhaps sometime earlier, because there are more and more questions which have been raised about democracy. And one of the things which also makes it different, it's at the same time, it's a think tank, but also an operational actor. And it can combine these both to its advantage when it goes to work in the field.
The main success DRI did over the past year was really the administrative campaign. This was a new topic in Tunisia. It was never done by any other stakeholders to try and reach the citizen. It happens several times that citizens can be targeted by decision from local authorities. So going into these fields and filling the gap that was not done in Tunisia is really a success that DRI stands for, and we are really proud with all our partners to reach the level of results. Field activities with interaction with citizens, but also a digital campaign, and also through traditional medias. We reached nearly 1 million people over the last year, so that's a really great success. And even people were demanding more activity to learn because it was a new topic to them. There was in Sfax Governorate a student who was banned from passing his exams because he was missing classes for nearly 15 days. So the headmasters impeded him to pass these exams. Thanks to our partners on the ground, the student filed a complaint to the Administrative Justice Court, and within 15 days he was granted the right to pass his baccalaureate, and he eventually succeeded.
I think the main achievement is the adoption of the new public procurement law. DRI really did the legal drafting of this law in consultation with Parliament, the Ministry of Finance, and all other stakeholders, the international community. And we developed implementation decrees and bylaws for the new institutions emerging that were created by this new law, to operationalize it, to give the implementing mechanisms to allow for all public administration and at the central and local levels to really provide public services in all transparency by ensuring value for money, by keeping the needs of the citizens on the top of their priorities. Looking back, DRI really directly contributed to the adoption of this law and to its operationalization. The new generation, what we call millennials, or even the younger generation, Gen Z, Gen X, have a totally different understanding of the world, and we cannot appeal to them if we use the same old traditional and conventional means that many NGOs are still following. We really have to understand what makes them relate to something, how they care for causes, and they do care for many global causes, but we have also to speak their language. And this is why in Lebanon we have launched an online political talk show that really brings to the table emerging thought leaders, figures with whom the youth identifies, who have a strong political and activism discourse that is in support of democracy and democratic principles.
DRI has actually, for more than 10 years, been very actively promoting democracy and democratic principle, rule of law. And I think the importance of the work that it has done, it's been exactly that it has been very focused on its work. It has not going all the ways, but it has been focusing on democracy issues. And unfortunately, I have to say that today this kind of work is even more needed than perhaps sometime earlier, because there are more and more questions which have been raised about democracy. And one of the things which also makes it different, it's at the same time, it's a think tank, but also an operational actor. And it can combine these both to its advantage when it goes to work in the field.
The main success DRI did over the past year was really the administrative campaign. This was a new topic in Tunisia. It was never done by any other stakeholders to try and reach the citizen. It happens several times that citizens can be targeted by decision from local authorities. So going into these fields and filling the gap that was not done in Tunisia is really a success that DRI stands for, and we are really proud with all our partners to reach the level of results. Field activities with interaction with citizens, but also a digital campaign, and also through traditional medias. We reached nearly 1 million people over the last year, so that's a really great success. And even people were demanding more activity to learn because it was a new topic to them. There was in Sfax Governorate a student who was banned from passing his exams because he was missing classes for nearly 15 days. So the headmasters impeded him to pass these exams. Thanks to our partners on the ground, the student filed a complaint to the Administrative Justice Court, and within 15 days he was granted the right to pass his baccalaureate, and he eventually succeeded.
I think the main achievement is the adoption of the new public procurement law. DRI really did the legal drafting of this law in consultation with Parliament, the Ministry of Finance, and all other stakeholders, the international community. And we developed implementation decrees and bylaws for the new institutions emerging that were created by this new law, to operationalize it, to give the implementing mechanisms to allow for all public administration and at the central and local levels to really provide public services in all transparency by ensuring value for money, by keeping the needs of the citizens on the top of their priorities. Looking back, DRI really directly contributed to the adoption of this law and to its operationalization. The new generation, what we call millennials, or even the younger generation, Gen Z, Gen X, have a totally different understanding of the world. And we cannot appeal to them if we use the same old traditional and conventional means that many NGOs are still following. We really have to understand what makes them relate to something, how they care for causes, and they do care for many global causes, but we have also to speak their language. And this is why in Lebanon we have launched an online political talk show that really brings to the table emerging thought leaders, figures with whom the youth identifies, who have a strong political and activism discourse that is in support of democracy and democratic principles.
DRI has actually, for more than 10 years, been very actively promoting democracy and democratic principle, rule of law. And I think the importance of the work that it has done, it's been exactly that it has been very focused on its work. It has not going all the ways, but it has been focusing on democracy issues. And unfortunately, I have to say that today this kind of work is even more needed than perhaps sometime earlier, because there are more and more questions which have been raised about democracy. And one of the things which also makes it different, it's at the same time, it's a think tank, but also an operational actor. And it can combine these both to its advantage when it goes to work in the field.
The main success DRI did over the past year was really the administrative campaign. This was a new topic in Tunisia. It was never done by any other stakeholders to try and reach the citizen. It happens several times that citizens can be targeted by decision from local authorities. So going into these fields and filling the gap that was not done in Tunisia is really a success that DRI stands for, and we are really proud with all our partners to reach the level of results. Field activities with interaction with citizens, but also a digital campaign, and also through traditional medias. We reached nearly 1 million people over the last year, so that's a really great success. And even people were demanding more activity to learn because it was a new topic to them. There was in Sfax Governorate a student who was banned from passing his exams because he was missing classes for nearly 15 days. So the headmasters impeded him to pass these exams. Thanks to our partners on the ground, the student filed a complaint to the Administrative Justice Court, and within 15 days he was granted the right to pass his baccalaureate, and he eventually succeeded.
I think the main achievement is the adoption of the new public procurement law. DRI really did the legal drafting of this law in consultation with Parliament, the Ministry of Finance, and all other stakeholders, the international community. And we developed implementation decrees and bylaws for the new institutions emerging that were created by this new law, to operationalize it, to give the implementing mechanisms, to allow for all public administration and at the central and local levels to really provide public services in all transparency by ensuring value for money, by keeping the needs of the citizens on the top of their priorities. Looking back, DRI really directly contributed to the adoption of this law and to its operationalization. The new generation, what we call millennials, or even the younger generation, Gen Z, Gen X, have a totally different understanding of the world. And we cannot appeal to them if we use the same old traditional and conventional means that many NGOs are still following. We really have to understand what makes them relate to something, how they care for causes, and they do care for many global causes, but we have also to speak their language. And this is why in Lebanon we have launched an online political talk show that really brings to the table emerging thought leaders, figures with whom the youth identifies, who have a strong political and activism discourse that is in support of democracy and democratic principles.
DRI has actually, for more than 10 years, been very actively promoting democracy and democratic principle, rule of law. And I think the importance of the work that it has done, it's been exactly that it has been very focused on its work. It has not going all the ways, but it has been focusing on democracy issues. And unfortunately, I have to say that today this kind of work is even more needed than perhaps sometime earlier, because there are more and more questions which have been raised about democracy. And one of the things which also makes it different, it's at the same time, it's a think tank, but also an operational actor. And it can combine these both to its advantage when it goes to work in the field.
The main success DRI did over the past year was really the administrative campaign. This was a new topic in Tunisia, was never done by any other stakeholders, to try and reach the citizen. It happens several times that citizens can be targeted by decision from local authorities. So going into these fields and filling the gap that was not done in Tunisia is really a success that DRI stands for, and we are really proud with all our partners to reach the level of results. Field activities with interaction with citizens, but also a digital campaign and also through traditional medias. We reached nearly 1 million people over the last year, so that's a really great success. And even people were demanding more activity to learn because it was a new topic to them. There was in Sfax Governorate a student who was banned from passing his exams because he was missing classes for nearly 15 days. So the headmasters impeded him to pass these exams. Thanks to our partners on the ground, the student filed a complaint to the Administrative Justice Court, and within 15 days he was granted the right to pass his baccalaureate, and he eventually succeeded.
I think the main achievement is the adoption of the new public procurement law. DRI really did the legal drafting of this law in consultation with Parliament, the Ministry of Finance, and all other stakeholders, the international community. And we developed implementation decrees and bylaws for the new institutions emerging that were created by this new law, to operationalize it, to give the implementing mechanisms to allow for all public administration and at the central and local levels to really provide public services in all transparency by ensuring value for money, by keeping the needs of the citizens on the top of their priorities. Looking back, DRI really directly contributed to the adoption of this law and to its operationalization.
Welcome back. What a day already. But we actually didn't go east by now, right? So let's go east right now with Thies Daams. He's a research fellow at Klingendahl Institute. Welcome here op toneel. Dit is jouw stage now. Welcome. Welcome.
And thank you all. That was perfect Dutch. I'm stunned. Yeah, I'm stunned. And thank you all for allowing me to end the day with a few brief remarks on Chinese disinformation and the broader context of it. Thank you so much to Heather and the others of DRI for inviting me. Okay, it's over there. So I think it's fundamentally important to take a long view of Chinese disinfo and take a deep view of Chinese disinfo. It's very difficult to do so. I'm a philosopher myself, trained as a philosopher, specialized in geopolitics later on with a particular interest in China. So I tend to put everything in an historical perspective. But disinformation, of course, is in and of itself often designed to daze, to confuse, to distract, and to be hectic quite in a moment. I felt that there was sort of a tension there between being shocked sometimes by Chinese disinformation campaigns and looking beyond, the current crisis or the current scandal at what that piece of disinformation actually means in the longer arc of China's rise and changing relations between China and the West. So certainly in the last few days, in the last few weeks, we've seen quite shocking things coming from China in terms of disinfo and censorship. The protests, of course, I've been very occupied with those, trying to track what's happening. The protests happening in China weren't just an exercise for the internal Chinese censorship machinery, but also an exercise for the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, to try to project some censorship and coercive presence online abroad. So we've seen this relatively new tactic for China, at least, of trying to quash or to silence away Chinese messaging on the protest reaching the rest of the world, for instance, via Twitter, not by trying to censor them, because that's, of course, going to be very difficult, but rather by flooding the hashtags used to look for that information with all kinds of nonsense, right? So you can see the young lady over there in the far right corner, and she's one of the many examples of all kinds of lewd content, interestingly, of course, within China, often censored, that have flooded hashtags on the cities where these protests have been taking place, in an attempt by China to, if it can't censor, but control the discourse on what's happening in China right now. That's nothing compared to the kinds of censorship and also propaganda and repression now happening in China on these protests and with the protesters. But it is an interesting aspect if you're looking at the way China is trying to project its discourse power, and I'll come back to that term later on, huayuqian, abroad. But we've seen many more examples in the last coming months. Oh, by the way, I did want to highlight the excellent work by Benjamin Strick in finding these networks really in the last couple of days that we're trying to flood Twitter hashtags relating to protests with spam. That was really excellent work, I think. But we've seen many different examples of China stepping up its external disinformation game in the last few years. I think COVID has been really sort of pushing the snowball off the hill, and it's been running ever since. I think 2 weeks ago and a week and a half ago, we saw that Safeguard Defenders, an NGO that published reports on Chinese illegal overseas police stations operating, were attacked by Chinese disinformation campaign. In October, we had Mandian's intelligence uncovering attempts by a group called Dragon Bridge to influence US elections, after Meta in September deleted a China-based network to do the same thing. And so since the spread of COVID, we've seen a mix of far more brazen positive propaganda, you could say, by the Chinese state to project a positive image of China abroad, together with very aggressive wolf warrior diplomacy, coupled with disinformation campaigns, and again, at the other side of the spectrum, you know, the face mask diplomacy, these fresh-faced Chinese diplomats bringing face masks to hospitals throughout Europe. And, you know, add to that what's been happening in Hong Kong in persecuting the democracy movement over there, also using information warfare and disinformation, and the increasing interference that Taiwan has been feeling over the last few years. There really has been going on something with the Chinese state and disinformation. But it's not just disinformation, it's part of a broader strategy and it's part of a change of period in the way China behaves as a global power, I think. I'll say a few words about that later on. But the big question I was asked to give a few brief remarks on is, what's next? And it's very difficult to tell. My name is Ties, and I'm not a lawyer. I'm also not an engineer. I'm not a programmer. I'm not a hacker. Again, I was trained as a philosopher, as abstract and useless as you may find that to be. And now I work in geopolitics, doing geopolitical analysis of China's rise, but also of the evolving way in which Europe tackles its foreign policies. And so I can offer a part of the answer to that question, what's next? And I will do so by first looking backwards. And that's saying I want to highlight 4 different strands that I think are coming together now in Chinese disinformation, but have been going on in Chinese politics and Chinese geopolitics for a longer time, for decades. And understanding these 4 historic strands, I think, is crucial for understanding the meaning of disinformation within the Chinese geostrategic arsenal right now. And that doesn't answer the question, what's next? But I think that broader context gives us the best hints of what may happen in the future. And so I'll try to apply that context to a couple of the a couple of questions about what may happen in the coming months and years with Chinese disinfo, questions that have been the subject of much debate and hype and panic, to refer back to the last panel, and that I think by placing it in a broader context we can add some nuance to. Then again, I think the question in itself, what's next, is ominous, and I can't promise to not put some gloom on the end of the day. But I think putting it into context makes it far more concrete and understandable, and therefore it's easier to formulate strategies to cope with it. And my main message, therefore, is not necessarily a projection for the future, but the fact that I think, my belief that Chinese disinformation tactics are part of a broader, deeply entrenched geopolitical strategy, and that's aimed at dislocating, discrediting, and displacing Western normative hegemony in global politics, or what the CCP perceives it to be. And therefore, it does, even in its smallest instances, connect to very vital interests of especially Western states, European states, and open societies, I think, globally. All right. Where it comes from, where it's going, and we're going to start with where it comes from, those 4 strands. So I believe that Chinese disinfo actually is the very latest iteration of a very long process that's been in the making for a long time. And that starts with a narrative. It's a reflection of a deeply institutionalized and entrenched narrative of the Chinese self-image, where it is and has been fighting against hegemony and for rejuvenation for over a century now. Understanding that narrative context is crucial, because you'll find that many disinformation tactics will reflect in some way and will build on, in some way, that deeply entrenched narrative. Second, I think it comes from a belief, shared especially by the current leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, that informatization or informationization, it depends on the translation you use of the, of the Chinese bureaucratic slogans, equals salvation. That the Chinese Communist Party can cling on to power, stabilize its country, and achieve strength abroad by fully embracing and controlling the informatization of society. Third, I think it comes from a deep appreciation of narrative power in geopolitics. And that reaches back to the kind of humiliation the Chinese narrative says it has suffered. And actually, I think it has become, even since the last Party Congress, more strategically relevant, this appreciation of Chinese narrative power to geopolitics. I'll explain that too. And it is a reaction, in the fourth place, to China's current geopolitical conundrum, where at once it is confronted with a growing confrontation with the US and with the West in general, and the other end, it's still trying to compete for the status of the most envied developmental model for the rest. And that has been a sort of a dilemma in Chinese geostrategy for a long time, but the pressure coming from the US has really added a new element to that. And I think that has a lot to do with the place of European societies, of Western states in that as well. So I'll quickly illustrate all four. I realize that in the coming 10 minutes I can't answer everything, but I'll just give you a taster of what those four strands mean. So the first, this narrative that fuels a strategy of humiliation and ambition. I could talk about this for a long time. Actually, I have a really fun sort of public lecture on the Chinese big narrative of humiliation and rejuvenation. But I suggest that once, if you ever get the chance to visit Beijing, you go visit the National Museum, right? Smack in the middle of Beijing, there is the National Museum, and the big exhibition is quite literally the materialization, the institutionalization of what Xi Jinping believes is the narrative of Chinese history. And Western societies and Western imperial powers, as they're called in that exhibition, feature heavily in them. And it quite literally frames the Chinese rejuvenation, the return of China on the world stage, as a process of overcoming Western normative hegemony. And I won't go into full depth now, but just to illustrate how deeply entrenched this narrative is, it's not just online spam, spin, or propaganda. It is quite literally the narrative that has been officialized by the Communist Party in China, and that is, I think, deeply entrenched in strategic thought. It is also present in external propaganda, especially when it tries to sell the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, to especially developing nations, promising the fruits of a post-Western world order, reminiscing, of course, the burdens, chaos, and violence it associates with Western hegemony. And again, this is very difficult because it's not just disinformation, right? Recalling crimes of the colonial past isn't, one can quite easily do just using facts. But disinformation, these facts and a general narrative are, I think, a strategically coherent part of this Chinese propaganda strategy that is in places working quite well. So one, this is, Chinese disinformation is coming from a very sort of historically entrenched and long-standing narrative of humiliation and rejuvenation. Then, I think a very interesting and misunderstood part of Chinese strategy, and that is the very deep, I would say almost religious belief of the CCP leadership that informatization is the key to it maintaining its grip on power, to it maintaining social stability in China amidst all kinds of crises, and is key to its rise as a geopolitical force. And informatization means a lot of things. Also in the Chinese policy context, I refer you to really the outstanding work being done by DigiChina at Stanford University by my good friend Rogier Kremers, who also works at Leiden University. And for a long time, it mostly meant, or it mostly appeared to mean, the Chinese state trying as hard as it could to get everyone in China connected to internet and data services. And it's been quite successful, especially in the bigger cities in that. But throughout the years, actually, more pronounced security elements of this have come to the fore. In the first instance, the importance of informatization for maintaining security domestically. And then you see that policymakers working on this part of the digitalization of the Chinese economy, working together with the propaganda apparatus, with the censorship apparatus, and with the cyberspace administration of China, have really pushed for digitalization, informatization of maintaining security in China. And actually, I think this is a very woolly way of saying what's been happening in the last 2 weeks has been quite a long time in the making. So the online surveillance and persecution of protesters, as we have seen in the last weeks, builds on experience controlling the online presence of Chinese citizens since the beginning of COVID, where it has really, the Chinese state has really stepped up its game, but really has been building on a little more than 2 decades of pursuing this very ambitious informatization agenda. And actually since 2004 already, the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, so China's main army, has adopted informatization as a key concept in its warfare theory. And so it has already since 2004 been key to what the kinds of military environments China will need to tackle in the years to come. All right, informatization as salvation, that's strand number 2. Number 3, there's a deep appreciation of narrative power to China, and it comes from being a post-pseudo-colonial nation. It comes from having lived through the Cold War, being played about by both the Soviet Union and the US. Xi Jinping's first job was actually as personal assistant to the Chinese Minister of Defense, right at the time that they were trying to negotiate getting American military assistance after the Sino-Soviet split. So that deep appreciation of Cold War type ideological politics is very present in Chinese politics. And actually, I think we should all know this man. His name is Wang Huning, and he is, at this point, the 4th most powerful person in China, at least officially. He has literally the number 4 spot on the Politburo Standing Committee, which is China's top sort of governing body. But perhaps he's been the most influential in the last few decades. He's been the chief ideologue of Chinese presidents since 2002, since Jiang Zemin, who has just passed away, was still in power. And not just that, he hasn't just been a propagandist. He's been he's also, by the way, not a lawyer, not an engineer, not a hacker. He's a political philosopher too, and for good reason. He studied French post-structural philosophy, which gives a lot of attention to the power of words and discourse. I mean, this is no fool, and he knows it's Foucault, but he's trying to weaponize it, I think, in service of the Chinese state. Anyway, he's a man to watch, not just because of that ideological role, but because he's also been heading the informatization process within China, overseeing the China cyberspace administration for a long time, linking that cybersecurity agenda with the general sort of striving towards more narrative power in international politics, the ability for China to shape the global conversation on China and other topics, and gain a seat at the table to speak its mind, so to paraphrase Xi Jinping himself. And then, in the last instance, I think it's also a response to China's current geopolitical conundrum. So I think China has been struggling with many different things in geopolitics, but most generally with a split in, on the one hand, trying to meet what it sees as US aggression and Western hegemony and trying to dislocate it and overcoming it, and on the other hand, not falling purely into adversarial sort of global messaging, because it wants to appeal and present China as an envied and ideal developmental model, especially for the non-West. And that's interesting because disinformation, of course, has a powerful disruptive effect, but can also gain a backlash on, the people behind it. And in a way, for Russia, I think for a long time, the main strategic priority, or the single strategic priority, was to disrupt and confront the West. China has this dual ambition of not just kicking the West against the shins, but also trying to, build something else, build a positive global image as an alternative. And that is where Chinese disinfo, I think, is still also in an experimental phase. Where can it really use it for in its negative agenda, in its positive agenda? And you can see actually many things being tried out by China-backed disinfo networks, leading to, for now, I think, a potentially very powerful, but also still an incoherent strategy and playing field. Right. Very quickly, in just a couple of minutes, I tried to sketch some of the sources of Chinese disinfo that shape it in its current application. Where is this going? I only have a few minutes left. I'll give you a few thoughts on some of the most exciting topics, and then we can go into some more nuance and depth during the discussion, and hopefully over glühwein wine. So a question I've been asked a lot lately is, will China and Russia converge even more on disinfo and beyond? And there's a very long answer on this that I'm, again, very happy to give during glühwein wine. And I think the very short answer is, I think we have seen a convergence by China, amplifying and picking up parts of the Russian strategy. But this has happened in a context where I think we should assume that the Chinese leadership is still divided over its, either divided or ambiguous over its support for whatever Russia is undertaking. And so I think there are many reasons to believe that the Chinese leadership was surprised, shocked, or at least not directly interested in Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. But now it's here, it tries to manage it as well as possible. And actually, when you look at, for instance, censorship within China on this topic, especially in the first months, it was all over the place. I think going from the very strong amplification of virulent anti-Western sentiments to squashing the topic entirely, to actually emphasizing, the right of every nation to protect its sovereignty. I think, we're not out on this one. There's still much to be decided on greater Sino-Russian convergence. However, on disinfo, I think China has quite literally, or quite obviously taken the opportunity to try out, again, in this more experimental phase, some of the Russian tactics at disrupting, especially the West, and amplifying anti-NATO and anti-US sentiments, not just in China, but abroad. Now, this is another very contentious question I get a lot, and that is, will China prioritize destabilizing open societies, and particularly Western European societies? And coming from, the Russian experience, where much disinfo is sometimes not even aimed, in its narrative at a Russia-related topic, but rather just aimed at disruption in general, creating polarization. And I think there is a difference between the Russian and the Chinese approach. China's disinformation campaigns do seem to be very focused on China-related topics. Xinjiang, Hong Kong, protests, COVID, although they do tend to deflect from these topics to, anti-Western or anti-US sentiments. And so they do have a disruptive and destabilizing effect. I don't want to disavow that. But there is a nuance there between China and Russia that we have to take into account, I think, strategically in addressing the kind of challenge that China gives us. There is, I think, a reason to believe that China will be using let's say, coercive, discursive power more and more and more towards also Europe in the years to come. And one of the reasons is that in a long-standing strain of attempting to gain influence, especially in Western Europe, namely China's soft power agenda, has failed quite miserably in many countries, especially amongst general electorates, especially in Europe, I mean. I think it has been successful in other parts of the world. It has been successful amongst niche audiences within Europe, but it has made a lot of effort in gaining that soft power image, and in spite of those efforts, you can see quite clearly and quite strongly general electorates throughout Europe in many different countries. This is a report I edited where we compare 17 different countries in Europe towards not being liked but trying to be respected, if not feared, not gaining soft power but rather coercive narrative power, trying to influence discourse in that way. And that is very ominous indeed. So I'm also asked more and more this last question, which is again very contentious and very hyped, but it's worth looking at the more serious issue, I think, behind it. Will China seek to use an app like TikTok as a geopolitical weapon? And maybe to give a very short answer again to a very complicated issue, in a way it already is. And that's not because it may not be, massively spreading China strategy-related disinformation campaigns through TikTok. It doesn't need to. It already gains, I think, two competitive advantages from TikTok, and that is that it has become a hotbed of all kinds of disinformation, especially also Russia-based disinformation, and it isn't too much interested in using some of the influence it has on a company like TikTok in, reining that in. The Chinese state is very much interested in censoring, controlling, and combating what it sees as disinformation within the Chinese information atmosphere. And so we have TikTok's sister app, which is used in China, Douyin, which is very strictly regulated, where children can only look at videos for 40 minutes a day. Those videos have to have some sort of pedagogical or educational value. And so there's the second competitive advantage without the need for direct interference. That is that Chinese children are gaining some sort of educational experience through these apps for 40 minutes a day, where it's anyway. In TikTok, that's not necessarily the case. Okay. And the very last very contentious question, will China win the new Cold War through disinformation? I don't think there's a new Cold War yet. There was a conference in Brussels not too long ago where that one was already hailed. I think there was a very interesting essay by the leader of this country, Germany, Olaf Scholz, appealing to many countries throughout the world to prevent this new Cold War. But I do think China is operating from the assumption that it needs to combat what it sees as a very hostile information environment globally, and it will operate from that assumption. And so in the minds of people like Xi Jinping and Wang Huning, there is a very strong ideological or narrative component to the kind of geopolitical strife that is happening right now with China. And that doesn't mean a Cold War as a strong division of the world and a strong divisions of blocs, but it does mean that we need to reappreciate that narrative aspect of geopolitical competition that we've, in Europe, tried to leave behind and therefore struggle with. Thank you.
Thies Daams, dankjewel. You raised so many questions yourself that we are running out of questions, or are there any questions? There's one question left from the online viewers, probably because they don't get Glühwein right now, over half an hour, because you raised the question about China and Russia. And we mostly know China about this fine-grained, more sophisticated disinformation, quality disinformation, and Russia the quick and dirty player. Is this going to change? Is China becoming more quick and dirty to the masses?
I don't
or you
know.
can also take this one,
right.
if you, number 2.
That's very good, thanks. I don't know about quick and dirty, but I think China will try to balance the adversarial tactics with the more positive strategy of building a positive image for a China-led or a China-centric world order. And that is, that requires in and of itself a more sophisticated approach, I think. But then again, that's what I try to hint at, especially in relation to the US and generally in relation also to Europe or Western European countries. It will, I think, has already experimented with adopting more adversarial approach, and that I think implies quick and dirty. I do see, especially to that side, I see an experimental phase, and there you see some things being, in a way, being picked up very effectively, but having, or very successfully in a very sophisticated way, but having very little effect. The point of those campaigns, I don't think, is not yet to have a very clear effect, but to see, you know, how China's discourse power in, for instance, Western Europe is what its score currently is and how it can be improved. So sometimes it may not be quick and dirty, it's rather a practice run.
Yeah. Thank you so much. No questions here. Ties, dames, groetjes naar Nederland.
Doe ik.
Dankjewel dat je hier bent vandaag. And that was it, kind of. Because, of course, we want your feedback and we want the feedback of your hosts of this event. So for that, I'm going to ask Heather and Michael on stage again. Please join me here to give some final remarks and to get your remarks, actually, ladies and gentlemen, at the back of your badge, which we actually recycled. So please leave it here at the reception desk when you leave. Yes, sustainability, yes. You'll find a QR code to lead you to fill out the
evaluation.
It is a long day. Yes, it is. And I had no glühwein, I promise. No. 2 languages, 3, or whatever. And we would really appreciate if you fill out these forms. I just leave out the other word. And for you joining us online, you also get the link now posted where you can find the forms to give us some feedback. Now, Heather, about today, DisinfoCon 2022, the very first one. What did you think? How did it go? What were highlights? What would you like to highlight for us?
Thank you. Well, first I want to say again how proud I am of our team that put this together today, and thank you to all the panelists for insightful remarks and questions and content. I think what I'm especially proud of is how global and international today was. I think you saw it not just as a throwaway piece to be inclusive, but really integral to our approach. It's what we stand for at DRI, the I being the international part. And you saw it in a lot of the provoking questions that we saw, always keeping an eye on non-English content, the bias of AI, all of those type of questions that I think too often are a bit marginalized, just like the people who are affected by them. So I'm very proud of that. Just some really interesting content. I think the importance of thinking of the youth as the next voters, as Wafa aptly said in her presentation, was amazing to always keep an eye on the future, which is what we strive for in the Digital Democracy Unit. And finally, this aspect of turning the narrative away from how do we make people resilient to disinformation and flipping that on its head and asking why aren't we attacking the propagators or addressing the propagators, I should say. It came up in our presentations from activists, it came up in the DSA conversation, it came up again in AI, that we need to make processes that defend us all as the victims of disinformation as well. So I think for me, those were the biggest takeaways. I'm just super proud of everything that came out of today. Michael, maybe you have something you want to add?
You probably relate to what she just said, but more takeaways for us from your side?
Yeah, actually the last presentation, I would build a bit from there, my feedback. So I found that very good to finish also with a case study on, content, on a narrative that is being spread, in this case by China. And in these days, we feel that many things are going very badly. But in some ways, I don't think we should only be negative. And I would, on the one hand, say this Chinese efforts, we see that they do clash with reality. And that's a zero COVID policy, which we have, as far as I understand, was really a bad idea to bring it to this extent. has now created these demonstrations. If they open, they may have another problem with the spread of the disease. So it's a bit what we as democrats fear, what happens in authoritarian regimes, that they're fixated on one idea because a great leader has it and cannot walk away from it, and there's no open debate about it, and at the end you are in a dead-end road where you have no good options left. And if you compare, I think what we did in our democracies with COVID was not great in many places. There's a lot to criticize. It was very messy, but it was always open to correction and to debate. And there, I think we have a strong case study to say why, at the end, this also delivers better, even in these kind of emergencies. I wanted to reflect also, China has this anti-colonial framing, and Russia is trying to do that as well, although, I mean, it's a European imperial power that haven't stopped being imperial. That would be my interpretation. But so this is a difficult line, because we also heard today that this access to data, et cetera, needs to be decolonialized, and that is good and correct. So, you know, it's a very difficult corridor, I think, between saying China is just a propaganda ploy, but some of the things they say are legitimate grievances. So I would say the biggest problem we have with a case like China, and you mentioned it very well, the museum in Beijing, is that it says Xi Jinping tells you this is a story and there's no other story. And that's exactly the same with Vladimir Putin, who has one story about Russia, and every Russian has to accept that story, and there's no free debate, and there's nobody who can say, I disagree with it. And this is a problem, I think, we have there. And talking just briefly about Russia, it has unleashed a nightmare on Ukraine. But I think most Ukrainians would say the nightmare would be much bigger if they would have quickly lost this war. So this war is horrible, no question. But there is some good news in that Russia has not won this war. And it also has not won the propaganda war, at least in certain constituencies. I would say in the West, in the bigger West, it has not won this propaganda war. Very few people buy into this kind of justifications that the Putin regime is giving for that war. And that leads me to announce an event we have tomorrow at 11:30 online. We have conducted an opinion poll among the German population about how they see foreign policy, our interaction with authoritarian regimes, and also the perception of Russia. And it turns out that like 15 to 20% buy more into the Russian propaganda line, and that's always the same constituency that tends to vote AfD, and that says, I don't believe the system anymore at all. So I think we have a mobilization of that spectrum for already 10 years, but there is no major shift on how to perceive Russia, and the large majority here does not buy into that line. So I wanted to also talk about these more positive messages. And I could say a few things about DSA, but I think you wanted to.
Oh, no, please just go on. I mean, Heather already mentioned DSA. But we should start another panel for that, I guess, because it's just a big topic. We could talk for hours or days. What did you want to add?
I wanted to give you an article by article read through of the DSA.
You.
Is that okay?
Thank
Shall
you
we
so
sit down?
Much. Yes.
I have it.
No, then yes. Just to keep it very short, but I think I liked a lot that we discussed it. Rita gave a very good explanation. I think there's a lot of discussion of the DSA, and it's really important to start with the facts, what's written in that document. It's complex, lots of articles. And I just wanted to conclude that I think the task ahead of us is, it is law is language is vague, and in this law is a lot of vague language, and there are a lot of calls for the Commission to adopt secondary legislation, and there will be many people who will try to push to keep it vague, and we have to push to make it as concrete as possible. And also, there will be a lot of money now going in an industry that is doing all these audits already. The calls are out by the European Commission. So again, what we have been discussing in NGOs, with the limited means we have, suddenly a lot of money is flushed there. And I think it will be the big audit companies doing that. And we should be aware of these trends, that suddenly we will have completely new players who will start telling us how to audit social media companies in light of the DSA. And somehow we should not lose out to them completely, and suddenly they tell us all about how it works, etc. That was just one more thought I had from today. I had more, but I think you all want to drink, so.
Oh, really? I don't know if the glühwein is already warmed up. So, Heather, you wanted to...
Well, I would just add on a closing note, our stated purpose with the Disinformator project is to raise awareness, to discuss emerging threats, and to build connections. And I saw today in this room a lot of information shared that was exciting. I heard a lot of oohs and ahs and vigorous nodding, and a lot of good networking happening in our breaks. So I feel that our mission was accomplished. And I just want to again thank the team that was responsible for making this happen. True to their nature as researchers and coordinators, they didn't want to come to the stage to be thanked, but nevertheless, they deserve their flowers, as we say. So to Jan Nicola Beyer, to Lena Maria Boswald, I think Serena is over by the entrance. Thank you to you for coordinating everything skillfully. Everything went smoothly and according to plan because her hands were all over it, so she deserves a big thank you. Austin is our fabulous producer in the back with his turtleneck and headset, and then of course Bia is back there with him as well, also a part of our fabulous research team. I'm privileged to lead you all in DRI, and thank you so much for all your work.
And because we don't have flowers, yes, thank you. That would be... mission accomplished. So will there be a DisinfoCon 2023?
Well, stay tuned, but if the AA is still listening, yes, please.
Yes, please. So thank you so much. You got rid of your microphones, so you want the last words? No, you don't want to? Thank you so much for your attention, for being an active part of DisinfoCon 2022. Also, thank you very much to the technicians for this smooth run through with our live stream. Yes, this is also... And now let's enjoy the rest of the evening here in Berlin. Sorry to the people there online, but you're going to have a great evening as well. I'm pretty sure of that. Thank you so much, and hope to see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Does the DD team want to come to the stage for a picture, please?